Yeah, that's on. Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and hope you all had a good weekend. And hope you all managed to stave off the bugs. We'll start our meeting as we usually do with the playing of our national anthem and our Indigenous land acknowledgement. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll now introduce the councillors and staff who are here. Councillor Brian Woods, Councillor Janice Bray, myself, Mayor George Comrie, Councillor Joe Lamb, and Councillor Scott Nash is not going to be with us today. He has medical appointments, so that's it for our council. We have several staff in the room, our CAO clerk, Michelle Hendry, our manager of public works, Dave Creaser, our planning assistant, Paula Macri, our treasurer, Manish Kulal, and our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. So welcome to everybody's here. I see that we have one member of the public has joined us in the room today. And we also have a couple of people on Zoom, but they're going to be speaking to us later on in connection with various items, and I'll introduce them when that time comes. The other thing I was going to mention to you before we start is that we have a small, well, two things actually. We have a small innovation, maybe not a small innovation, but an innovation in our procedures for today. Our deputy clerk has some colored placards, and there's a yellow one and there's a red one. And this is to advise, the purpose of these placards is to advise council when council members, when they have been speaking for a certain length of time. So the yellow one, I believe, is a 1 minute warning. I got that right, Wendy? Yes. Well, 1 minute left. And the red one means you've been talking for 5 minutes. We've been talking for 5 minutes, and it's time to, our procedure bylaw says you shouldn't
You have been added to the waiting room. You cannot talk or listen. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? I apologize. I'm trying to use my computer audio right now. I cannot hear your audio. Believe that I may have been muted.
We can see you. We can hear you, Mr. Bonsu.
Fantastic. I apologize. I lost your audio for a moment. Thank you. I apologize. Was I interrupting?
No, that's fine. We're just we're just trying to make sure you can share your screen now, I believe.
Yes. No.
There we go.
We can see that. Thank you.
Earlier in the month, I was able to give you some preliminary understanding of the short-term rental situation. We've kind of seen an explosion in the short-term rental popularity year over year inside of different regions globally. And well, we're here today to discuss kind of what's been happening in your region. When most communities implement short-term rental policies, what we tend to find is an overall very low compliance from individuals participating in the short-term rental market. And rarely is that because those individuals do not want to comply with the law. It is most often an outcome of them not understanding or knowing that a policy exists. For most communities that implement a short-term rental policy, we find that there's a 10% voluntary compliance. And that's just because the majority of citizens will not know about a change to the community's legal structure unless you reach out and contact them directly. With short-term rental platforms basically being incentivized to not reach out to you and inform you of changes to your local law, it kind of becomes a responsibility of the municipality to reach out and get in contact with these individuals. That problem kind of compounds itself with the growth rate that we typically see in short-term rentals around 20 to 30%. I understand that there were some preliminary short-term rental policies that were instituted in 2014, but the community has an overall concern as to whether or not these policies are being adhered to by the individuals who are participating, and if they're aware that these changes were even made or exist. In order to try and simplify and make it more realistic for communities to overcome issues related to short-term rentals, whether that be lost short-term rental tax revenue or permitting revenue, complaints from residents who are adjacent to short-term rentals, an impact on the overall housing affordability, because the average short-term rental host can make probably 30 to 40% more revenue than the average long-term landlord, thus incentivizing them to bid up properties and consume what might be a limited existing housing supply, or just the desire to save the time and effort that might be going into hunting down individual short-term rental units in order to inform them of an existing policy. We've helped quite a few Ontario clients, US clients when it comes to identifying short-term rentals and helping build and maintain a compliant structure. In early May, we ran a scan for your community, and we were able to find 106 active short-term rental units. Right now, I believe that the number of registrations might be below that current number, and that is most likely due to some of the factors I outlined earlier. the difficulty in finding individuals to inform them of the structure without any assistance in knowing who is active and when they join the marketplace. So host compliance was realistically designed to address the issues that are created around short-term rentals and simplify your engagement and ability to drive that compliant and good behavior from these active hosts. Everything we do is based on top of our address identification system, where we're going to be scanning over 70 short-term rental websites, matching those to properties that are inside of the community, and then determining the true ownership of those individual properties, making sure that the community has a consistently updated list of individuals that are participating in the marketplace, whether they've done it for one weekend or every day of the year, an understanding of the new units that have come online, giving them an opportunity to understand the structures and rule sets the community is implied, as well as an overall understanding of how many units exist versus how many units are compliant with the policy guidelines that you've outlined. We're going to try and make this data shareable so it can be exported and shared interdepartmentally through exports of Excel or CSV, or by giving those individual departments access to the system. Since each one of these dots on your dashboard or map would represent an individual property, you can actually go down to individual unit records. Here you can understand the exact street address, what platforms they're advertising on. Are they active? Have they been positively identified? And are they compliant with our existing rule sets? Along with a timeline of activities outlining all of the changes that have occurred with this property, from when it was first posted, when host compliance first identified it, if they've made changes to the written description, taken the property offline, reposted it. The entire idea is to give communities that are looking to implement short-term rental policies the transparency necessary to enforce policies. Most communities end up spending the majority of their time hunting down individual units without the ability to drive towards that 100% compliance without a significant increase in staff time and hours. But that creates an unfair situation for the residents in that community who kind of have to suffer from the unknown short-term rentals that are non-compliant until they're identified. Now, building on top of just being able to identify the units, looking at this kind of like a journey, first, you would identify the units with our address identification, determine the true owner, and then also determine their compliance status. We want to simplify engagement with those owners by automating the letter sending process so that you can send these individuals on a point and click system, physical mail that your community has designed that are relevant to first warnings, understandings of the policies, cease and desists. Each one of these letters can be sent with accompanying evidence to ensure that the individual host is not only aware of the policies, but they're aware of your understanding that they're operating the photograph of this particular short-term rental unit, the individual operator's face, and a written description of their property. The idea there is, once you know who's active in the community, how easy is it to contact them? If you turn that into a point and click system, you're now saving the time that you used to spend looking for the individual units to enforce your policies, as well as to communicate with them. And then after the individual has been identified through compliance monitoring, permitting and registration gives you an online portal where individuals would be able to submit required documents, apply e-signatures, and renew registration for the operations of their short-term rental units. For most communities, the thing that deters them from successfully implementing a policy is a lack of insight, a difficulty of communication, and a lack of tools to simplify for both the operators that are managing these short-term rentals and the community itself for the registration and collection of online payments. Now, those tended to be, those were the main issues that I was able to discern from your existing system as far as tools that could change the impact of your proposed short-term rental policies. Now, we do have other tools inside of the system itself, such as the ability to use the registration's online payment portal to remit taxes, or the ability to manage complaints that come in on our 24/7 hotline, basically giving members of the community a place where instead of reaching out to someone who's probably working 8-hour days, giving them the community a place where at 3 a.m. on a Friday, if you have an issue, you can reach out, We can collect that initial complaint. Host compliance can reach out to the owner of the property. We'll collect proof when the initial complaint is person reaches out. We can try and create a resolution by reaching out to the owner of the property, serving as a middleman to kind of reduce that tension, but give clear communication on what could be improved. And lastly, documenting that evidence so that you can later review the complaint address and evidence attached to each of those complaints. Now, I wanted to run through that quickly and then leave room for any questions, comments, concerns relative to anything that I just laid out.
Okay, thank you. I'll open the floor to questions from councilors. Councilor Woods?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks very much for the package here. It's very, very informative. I have one question though. How much? What's it cost us if we were to implement something like this in Whitestone?
Well, the only requirement inside of our system is address identification. Every other module is really kind of mixed and matched depending on your individual interests. I believe that if we were to go with what was outlined as the three primary tools, which would be the identification, the compliance monitoring, and the permitting and registration, the current quote in Canadian dollars was $7,776 on an annual basis. Now, when you're looking at that cost, what I typically like to position it is there is an amount of time and effort from probably multiple staff members that contributes to your current effort to try and reach compliance. So the realistic question is, how many hours of staff time did it take to achieve your current level, and how many more hours would it take? When you quantify the cost of those staff hours, what we tend to find is it's significantly cheaper to have automatic and consistent updates with host compliance when it comes to the identification of individual owners, understanding new owners, and violations of your compliance policy. That time savings is typically represented in a significant number of hours saved by the individuals that would be contributing to that effort.
Councilor Lamb?
Yeah, good morning, and thank you. Short-term rentals, of course, are a tricky sort of thing. Right now, we don't have a lot of compliance. I think we have something like 15 licenses in the community, and I would put your 106 renters at, that would be at minimum. I would put you, there's more like 150 or 170. There are a lot of people that simply have the same people coming back every year and really don't advertise or have a need to advertise. So I think the 106 is light. My first question is, right now our bylaws, be it noise or light or whatever, fire compliance, all those things are made by complaint. So why would we make this any different? Why would we suddenly take, and it's an informative thing for me, really. I'm not trying to judge one way or the other, but why wouldn't we simply deal with this? My experience is that it's, you know, we probably have heard of 4 or 5 places in the community at maximum, I would say, that are real trouble. Okay. Most other people are compliant with all our rules and regulations and have, you know, good short-term people in their places and whatever. So why would we suddenly become short-term rental police running around the community, visiting people, and why would we deal with that any different than we would any other bylaw?
Well, I guess that kind of drives to the root of the issue, which is why was the bylaw created? For most communities, they don't create bylaws to just kind of have them written down. The intention is to make sure that people are complying with them. Without transparency into who's active in your marketplace, you can't ensure that they're compliant. Running on just a purely complaint basis, most people usually actually aren't comfortable calling and complaining about something. So using the number of complaints as an understanding of how bad a problem is typically means that you're kind of following the lagging indicator as opposed to the leading indicator, which is the number of incidences. Being able to increase that identification gives you an opportunity to inform the hosts of what exactly the policies are so that they can self-correct and ensure that they're following those policies and that they're known to you as well.
But in fairness, second question, I could come up with a 106. I could go on the internet right now, and again, this is just an observation, onto cottages in Canada and Airbnb and the rest of the sites, and identify those cottages in Whitestone. They're identified as such, right? What's the big secret in coming up with those?
Well, that leads us to where we are now and where most communities end up, 10% compliance. Right now, I believe the 100 and some odd units I showed you now, that was a snapshot of what was available at the time we ran that scan. What we're doing with host compliance is giving you updates once, twice a week, where we're finding all of the new units and current units that are available. So the less than 150 that you're seeing now, that might just represent what you have in early May. As you go through June, July, August, September, when people leave for the summertime and lease out their properties to basically cover the mortgage, you either need enough time in your week to constantly scan, constantly find, and individually identify these properties, or you could have that automated for you, ensuring that every person who joins that market can become aware of their requirements as soon as they join the market. The manual effort tends to produce an overall 10% compliance, because when you have growth in the units and the number of hours that it would take to run the system that manual way that you're describing, you tend to have overall very low compliance in a community.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Just an observation with respect to that is that we did a few years ago have someone on staff do a bit of checking of listings on Airbnb and such places. And it is not always easy, and I've looked at some myself, not exhaustively, of course, but it's not always easy to see who it is that's being, you can tell that there's a property being listed and you can tell approximately where it is, but when you try to figure out exactly whose place it is, that's not all that easy to do. And chasing that information down could and determining whether it's somebody that already has a permit or not, because they might, could consume a fair bit of time, staff time, it seems to me. But anyway.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just following up on that, how would you do that? It says cottage for rent in Whitestone, no lake identified or whatever. You're going to come back and say that's John Smith on the Shawanaga Lake, and here's the address. And how would you do that?
Oh, certainly. For most communities, the issue is the amount of time that it would take. It is possible to individually identify, but what we're doing is speeding up that process. We're scanning over 70 short-term rental websites in our stage 1. Then our AI is creating that match between the properties that we find in advertisements and properties that are available in your home. I'm sorry, in your community. Let's say you have a home that was available for sale on Zillow in 2022. And our AI matches that to an Airbnb advertisement. From there, we're going to have manual verification where we're going to add additional data points and land ownership assessor records. So in stage 1, we find the Airbnb listing. In stage 2, we determine that Airbnb was located at 123 Fake Street. And in stage 3, we're going to determine that lot of land where 123 Fake Street is located is owned by John Doe. So we're automating that entire process of search and identification, and then layering on compliance to determine John Doe does not currently hold a permit to operate a short-term rental. So that is a non-compliant unit. It's the problem you're running into is it is in the financial best interests of most platforms to not inform the operators about your policies, because that might deter them from getting on and making that platform revenue. So most platforms make it the responsibility of the municipality to inform the individual of the short-term rental policies that govern their area. It could be something as small as, hey, we want to promote you through our commercial visitors bureau, or it could be as major as short-term rentals are illegal from 1st Street to 21st Street. It's not in the best interest of the short-term rental providers to give you any information to find these individuals. So it turns into multiple hours a week, month, or year of finding every individual to inform them of what is legal and what is not.
Okay, are there any other questions for our presenter? Councilor Braid, did you, no? Well, if there are no other questions, thank you very much, Kester, for taking time to present to us this morning, and we'll we will be considering what we're going to do with respect to short-term rentals in due course. And
I appreciate you all for taking the time to speak with me, and please don't hesitate to reach out if there are any questions, comments, or concerns that come from this meeting or from your future discussions as you assess your options when it comes to short-term rentals. Thank you very much.
hey, thanks very much. All right, then. Under matters arising from presentations and delegations, could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the presentation of Granicus concerning short-term rental monitoring, compliance, and enforcement? Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Woods. Any discussion? All those in favor then, please indicate. Thank you. It's carried. Now we have a couple of planning items for which we would like to move into committee of the whole. Could I get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Woods. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone move into committee of the whole at 10:34 a.m. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. So the first item is 5.1.1, which is an application to purchase enclosed shore road allowance by the Busenharts. It's on Washcash. And we have a memorandum from our planning assistant. This has been in front of us before. And if you recall, the last time the concern was simply the fact that we did not get we did not get back any comment from the immediate neighbors, I guess. So We have, Paul is here in the room. Did you have anything to, by way of introduction for this, Paula?
Yes. So at the regular council meeting of March 19th, staff presented a memo in regards to the Busenhard's purchase of the shore road allowance. Council suggested that staff send a follow-up letter to the adjacent property owner to obtain a signature on the certificate of confirmation. Also identifying a deadline of receiving the signed confirmation. I sent a letter out to the adjacent property owner on March 19th with a response deadline of April 22nd. As of today, I have not received a response from them. It is recommended that council approve the Busenhard's purchase of the shore road allowance in absence of receiving the signed certificate.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from members of council? This one. Councilor Lamb.
And just a short comment, I noticed on page 1 of the report that already on the shore road allowance, there's decks and docks, and then I saw a boathouse. Are boathouses allowed in our zoning bylaw? I thought, I know on Whitestone I can't put up a boathouse. Put a marine house up near the top of the hill, but I can't put a boathouse in.
That, I can answer that. That boathouse in question precedes the existence of the municipality of Whitestone.
Okay,
It's been there for a long time.
okay. That's all I have.
Anything else about this particular one? If not, we will come back then to the motions under business arising when we come out of committee of the whole. At least I think we will. Yes, we will. Sorry. So the second one is 5.1.2, which was a consent application from Rogers on Schwaniga Lake. And this, if I'm not mistaken, is the one where they wanted to, they wanted access from Beach Road, is that?
Mhm.
So this particular memo, I guess, is from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. And we do have Patrick Christie, who's the secretary of the board, on the phone. So Patrick, I guess thanks for joining us. I wonder if you have any comments you want to make about this.
Good morning, everyone. I do not have any particular comments, just the memo is basically outlining the proposed consent to create one new lot, and the town, McDougall would like a comment from the municipality, whether it would support one additional lot using the access point as access to one new lot.
Yeah, that's the other wrinkle with this one, is that the consent is actually a McDougall consent, not a Whitestone, because the property is in McDougall. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, Patrick, in Whitestone, we currently have an effort to not have trailer parking at all our launch points, if you will. And I guess my question is, what exactly are they looking for? I mean, the Beach Road boat launch area is a public access. So I guess and again, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone here, it's a public access. So in essence, the public can use it. But there's no way that we can give you know, any kind of deeded access or any other type of access to the people from McDougall, or for that matter, the people from who live on the lake in Whitestone. So given that, I mean, what is it that McDougall's looking for? We can't say they can and will have permanent access forever there. I mean, we don't know what a future council may do or not do. It's like saying someone from McDougall could launch their boat in Dunchurch here, right? That's all we can
Right.
do, is because it is, I guess they could park there. There's no, I don't know whether there's overnight parking. Does anyone know whether there's overnight parking at the boat launch at Beach Road? There is? Okay, so I guess they can park their car there. So I guess my question is, what is it that they're looking for? Being McDougall.
I believe they're just looking for some comment that that facility, being the only access to the lake, could accommodate one or two more cars.
Well, I don't know the answer to that. I suspect the answer is it could. But
I guess if I may question that relates to this is, does the municipality of Whitestone in our official plan has a requirement that for a water access only property, which this is, I take it, the applicant for a consent must, or a subdivision must obtain deeded access parking somewhere on the mainland. So my question is, does McDougall have such a provision in their official plan and zoning bylaw?
The policies are similar, but I do not believe it has to be deeded. And McDougall is generally, I think, supportive of this application. They're just asking if the access point can, I guess, handle additional use.
Okay, but do they require, my question is, do they require deeded access, same as we do, or not? Or they don't care, they're just,
I don't believe they do, no. And that was not mentioned in any of the discussions that I had, that anything would need to be deeded in this case.
so back to Councillor Lamb's question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. One thing I'm questioning, and it's been a while since I've been down there, is how much parking area is there? Because it's fine to say just one or two more lots, or maybe one or two more cars, but the reality is that's not true in the least when it comes to cottage country anymore. That's why we have something that says 100 square meters of dedicated dry land parking and storage area if you want to have a water access lot. And I don't know if we have that over there. And if we do, okay, but McDougall gets the tax out of the new lot. What does Whitestone get
Yeah.
when we bear the brunt of all the maintenance on all of our launch points? It's one of our municipal assets. We're throwing money into them, rightfully so, in my opinion. We should be upgrading them, but if we're not getting anything back, shouldn't we be asking for something?
Any comments from our staff to that question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Beach Road access point has been, prior to my tenure here at Whitestone, under a lot of stress for available parking spaces. We've done our best to try and expand on it. There's just no room to expand on it. It is a very popular parking location and does see overflowing parking as it is now. We are trying to find as much available space as we can whenever we go down there to do any work, but we're just pretty well at our limit right now, or beyond our limits as it stands, to serve the existing public. So I wouldn't say we have any additional parking available.
Yeah.
So, well, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm reading what McDougall has. The municipality has similar policies. Here's what their policy says, I guess in their official plan, 9.021. Water access lots, provided that council is satisfied, this is McDougall, that council is satisfied that appropriate facilities for car and boat trailer parking. Well, there's no boat trailer parking. We're pretty sure of that. Docking. Is there a dock at Beach Road? There's no dock there. And boat launching. I guess they could launch a boat there. And waste disposal are available exclusively for the proposed water access lots. Well, we don't have waste disposal there, whether that means McDougall has it. So certainly by way of McDougall's official plan, we can't supply all that, on top of it being public. So, I don't know if they simply can launch their boat there. And I guess at this point, there's nothing stopping them from parking their car there. But that's all they can do. And there's nothing stopping us in the future, I guess, from saying, well, it's so overcrowded, only Whitestone residents can have a permit and park there or whatever. That we can't tell them that we won't do that in the future. So I'm sort of stymied as to what we can tell them and what we can't. Maybe we tell them exactly what I just said.
That's kind of the concern that I had, was that the wording of their policy, they want those things exclusively for the lot that's being created, right? They want those people to be able to say, okay, this is my parking, effectively, this is my parking spot, this is my docking spot, this is my garbage disposal.
Yeah.
And I don't see any way that we can do that. I mean, well, I guess we could do it, but it would not be without some cost, and we'd have to get into the question of, how much other parking is there. Anyway, my question again for staff is the areas, the Beach Road is fairly well used the times that I've been there, as you say. Who is it that's actually using it? I mean, are any of those people permanent residents of Whitestone that are using it? Do we think, or are they mostly people who are coming for a day's fishing and that kind of thing? Do you have any sense of that? Who's using it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do not have any sense of that. It's quite busy on the weekends, and during the week it fluctuates up and down, but the weekends are quite busy. So I do know the public does use it. I know for a fact. I just don't know what's the utilization spread, like what percentages public and what percentages water access. I do not have that information.
I suppose the other question, and I'm thinking that I don't want to. I'm not. It's a bit of a dilemma how to respond to this, but until I saw this application, I didn't realize that Shawnigan was partly in McDougall. And so my question is, how much of Shawnigan is in? I mean, I guess we could perhaps tell from a. Oh yeah, I see the map in the. It looks like there's a chunk of it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Bear
Yeah.
Hugs Lane, I believe, is wanders up there, and that's after we come out of our Lorimer Lake Summer Road. There's a couple roads that go north, head north to Shawanaga inside McDougal. I believe it starts at Bear Hugs Lane.
Oh, okay, so there's, yeah, I guess the reason I'm asking is that potentially this problem would recur if there is to be any further development on that part of the lake that to the west that appears to be in McDougal. Looks like there's 4 sections beyond the one that we're talking about here. There's 4 sections. So 6 sections in total of McDougal are against that lake. So if, you know, if it's, yeah, I guess, why am I bringing this up? It seems to me that there's a risk to say, oh, well, if this is a one-off thing and there's not ever going to be another one, but we can't probably say that. There likely could be a bunch more later on. And I mean, I don't know. Perhaps a solution is for the municipality of McDougal to consider how they could get some, or either get or contribute to some dedicated landing spot there, right? That's because if you think about it, Beach Road is a fair ways away from those properties. I mean, it's at the east end. If you look at the map, it's off the right-hand side of the map.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, there, you can see it on the next one. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Madam
thank
CEO.
you. It's Michelle Henry Patrick. A question for you. When this first came up, Paul and I asked you how many more possible lots could be developed in a similar manner in both McDougal and Whitestone. And you did give us an answer, and I see it didn't make it into your report, but do you have that information handy? And while you're looking for that, I have a.
It
no,
is,
doesn't mind. I do
sorry,
have
Michelle,
another
it is
question.
on the last page of the report.
Oh, is it? Did I miss it?
Yes. So
Oh, I'm sorry. It is there. Yeah.
What's the answer?
So the answer is
11.
an estimated 11 new water access lots could be created on the lake. It's worth noting that 5 of these potential lots are on Bella Island in the east end, and with 1 additional lot in Whitestone. Thank you. I missed that. I remember you asking that. So the other question I have, if this consent was in McDougal and it didn't, and they had their own landing available, would McDougal be asking the applicant to provide a lot, a docking and launching access lot that's exclusive to that particular lot?
I do not believe it would need to be exclusive, no.
Okay, so they wouldn't be following they typically don't follow their official plan?
I haven't heard discussions like that the same as it occurs at Whitestone.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I wonder, I was just thinking, I wonder if there would be, maybe if there is space, I wonder if it would be a possibility to make an agreement with the applicant to upgrade part of the existing landing if there is space to do so.
No. Well,
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer that.
Go ahead.
There is a limitation of square footage. There's just not enough space. It's a very, very tight landing and a very tight boat launch as well. There's not much frontage.
And that landing is our property. It's not Crown
Correct.
land.
Correct. It's
Yeah.
our property.
mhm.
Okay.
The parking area is up top. and
Yeah.
It seemed fairly confined to me, and when I saw it, there happened to be like a boathouse or a bunkie or something, right? You'd think it was part of the parking lot, but it's right there. So there's, to me, when looking at it, there's no place to sort of expand the parking, right? So, I mean, we could go on and on with this, but why don't we just write something very simple at some point that just says, at this point, it's a public parking area. There's no boat trailers allowed. They can park the car there as the public can, but we can't guarantee in the future what our policies are going to be with respect to that. End of story. So they can park a car and they can launch a boat, but they can't park a trailer there, and they can't, some of the other things I said when I was, went through it. And then I'll explain it at the planning board, and I guess they'll either pass it or not. But I don't think we can have a prohibition today and say, well, they can't park there, because they can park there, as any person in the public can. So I think we just clarify what our current policies are and not guarantee anything in the future. They certainly don't have docking. That's the other thing, right? Like, there is no dock there, so. But I think the other thing to bear in mind is that these are both vacant lots, I think, aren't they, Patrick? Aren't they just splitting a lot, or is there a cottage on one and they're splitting?
There is a bunkie. There are two dwellings on there. One is more functional than the other. One is a bunkie and one is that dwelling, and they are splitting it in between.
The
in the
bunkie and
process of-
the whatever second dwelling on the same lot?
No, the line goes in between.
So they've got a bunkie on the lot that they're severing?
Yes.
Was that even legal in McDougall? But anyway, that's not our business, I guess.
It is, because it's a main cottage and a bunkie. So they just happen to be on opposite sides of the lot.
So by agreeing to this, we're actually agreeing to it. I take it they're doing this to sell it, right? Is that, or do you know?
I don't know that.
Okay.
Councilor Bray.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I was looking at this and just thinking that if we respond to their 9.02.1 and just say that there may be facility for a car, but it can't be guaranteed because of other people using it. There's no room for boat. There is no boat trailer parking. Docking and boat launching are minimal, and there is no waste disposal. And then they have to understand that all the things that they require are not, most of them aren't available. And I agree with Councillor Lamb just
Yeah.
saying that it's a public boat launch, but
Yeah, it's just there are no guarantees, and I would think that they would have to, in the consent itself, they would have to somehow specify if they were going to allow it under their rules, which I can't understand why they would, but if they were going to allow it, then they'd have to say to the person, guess what? You're on your own, and you may not have a parking space. You may not have you'll have a place to launch a boat, but you may have to take your car somewhere else. There's no place to park it, and you may have to, and you won't have a dock necessarily, and you won't have, just because it's a public landing and all the parking may be full when you get there. So I don't know if that's.
But they've been living with that already, I guess, right? Because they must go to their place, and I don't know.
Anyway,
Is staff able to write that sort of motion up at some point today so we can pass it? As I had said,
Yeah.
and Councillor Bray, and let her fly, I guess.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the draft motion was silent because I
Yeah,
knew
I
that
know,
there would
yeah.
be discussion in committee of the whole, which is actually a perfect place to have that discussion. So once we're out of committee of the whole, we can just take a pause and write something up, finish that draft resolution that was.
Or even do it
incomplete.
over, well, I won't say lunch, but at sometime. And
Sure,
come
and that
back.
way we can make sure that it's written accordingly. We can do that. Thank you.
yeah, I think we can capture that. No problem. Okay, anything else about this one? All right. Again, we'll come back to that when we're out of committee of the whole. 5.2.1 is the draft short-term rental bylaw for council review and discussion. There's I was going to make a comment that having looked through the bylaw, I can see that there's there are a great many things that I think need to be drafting details and things that really need to be looked at. But what I guess we were hoping to do today was to have some policy discussion around the sort of key elements of the bylaw. It is going to have more work done on it, but so I guess what we don't want to do in this time that we have this morning is to try to edit the bylaw, please, but rather to focus in on specific matters of policy, such as how the amount of space that can be rented and how long it can be rented for and how much of the year can be rented and those kind of big ticket items, if you will. So there is a memo from our CAO, so I guess maybe we could start with that. Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Comrie. Just as sort of some opening comments, as council knows, this has been on the books for a couple of years, and it started, I think, back in 21 or 22, where there was a small committee struck, informal committee of a couple of members of council and staff to look at the short-term rental bylaw, because we knew there was most of the components, how it was originally written, it was unenforceable. So it was meant to be compliance really without enforcement, and the explosion of short-term rentals has taken us where we are right now. What we did is we initially looked across Ontario and close to Parry Sound, and we looked at other municipalities that had short-term rental bylaws that had been established and that were enforced and that were enforceable and that had clearly had some legal review. And we landed on Lake of Bays, and we used that as a starting point. As council knows, the original short-term rental bylaw is short. This one is much longer, and that's simply because if you want it to be enforceable, there's certain wording that has to be in there. We also looked at Bracebridge. We got some wording from Bracebridge, Tiny Township, municipality of Magnetawan, who recently implemented a short-term rental bylaw. And interestingly, many of them are much the same in terms of how they're worded. Some of the clauses are a little bit different. Some of the days you can rent and some of the details are slightly different, but generally they all have some similarities in terms of enforceability. Many have demerit points, and there's many of them, as Mayor Comrie said, use some sort of external agency to track whether people are in fact renting and whether they have a license and whether that license is in good standing. So that was our starting point, and we've looked at we've tried to make it Whitestone compliant. We have some we do like to use education as opposed to enforcement, but there will be a need. If council wants it's enforceable, then there's certain things that have to be said within the bylaw to ensure that those folks that don't have a license, we're able to enforce against them. So just a few words of how the bylaw that you see before you came about and why it looks the way it does. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bray, you want to
Yeah, thank you.
start this off?
It's quite an extensive bylaw, and it took a long time to read and try and sort out. So I have a few questions. There may be the answer in it. I may have missed it. I think number 1.3.2, short-term rental units mean the use of a dwelling or dwelling unit that is available for
what is it?
1.32.
1.32, let me get to.
It looks like for the entirety for a period of 30 days. So is that the maximum per year we're allowing?
One.
1.32.
Oh, short-term rental, yes.
Sorry.
So
1.3.3, is that what you said?
3.2.
1.32. So
3.2.
you're in,
Short-term rental unit means.
you're in definitions.
Yes, sorry, I'm in definitions.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Conroy.
Sorry.
Anything beyond 30 days is not considered short-term rental.
Is it then commercial?
No, it's just
No,
rent.
then it's typically a lease or what you might call long-term rental.
Okay.
Some is rented
Okay,
for 3
long-term.
months or a year.
Yeah.
So short-term rental is just the movement of people through, whether it's in a weekend or, this hasn't been built into this bylaw, but it's certainly worth discussing. Some bylaws also restrict short-term rental as nothing less than 7 days. In other words,
Yeah.
you don't get what people call the weekend warriors or, the parties that happen over a long weekend. So it's short term, but the shortest term you can rent is for 7 days. And that you typically capture families that want rental during the week.
So just to make sure I'm understanding this, so we're saying short-term rental means renting for 30 days or under.
That's correct.
Okay, so anything over that, if it's short, if it's still people coming and going, what does that mean?
So anything over 30 days is not considered a short-term rental.
Just a rent.
It's
lease.
just a rent. You may rent your house for
But do
3
you mean
months or a
30
year.
consecutive days by the same person? Or do you mean 30 days renting? Like I rent my place for this weekend and the next weekend and the next weekend, and they all add up to 30 days. You've got consecutive days.
That's right. So anything, what we're defining a short-term rental is for a period of 30 consecutive days or less. So if it's a long-term rental, then it typically is 30 or 31 to 45 or more. So you're into it, you're leasing or you're
Yeah.
6-month lease or.
So this short-term rental doesn't, so what I was wondering is, then what is the amount of time we're allowing someone to rent their place under the short-term rental bylaw? Is it 45 days a year? Is it 80 days a year? Do we have a limit? Because I do remember other municipalities having a limit.
Right. This bylaw does not have a
Okay,
limit.
okay. My other question is around, sorry, I just about lost it. Where am I? Is around the definition of what is commercial. And maybe we need to have a little bit more understanding of what commercial means. And I mean commercial, meaning the short-term rentals that are commercial operations that rent year-round to whomever they have people, whoever. So I'm curious about that. If I didn't see anything about that, and I just wondered if that's something we should think about.
Through you, Mayor Conlon, my understanding is that if you use the example, if you rent your dwelling for 52 weeks a year to somebody different every week, that's still not considered commercial. That is a short-term rental. You just happen to be doing it for 52 weeks a year.
Even if you don't live there.
Even though you don't live there, yes. A commercial are the Airbnbs, the hotels, the motels, the campgrounds. That's considered commercial, and they're identified differently in our zoning bylaw. But if you own a property and it's your home, Even though you may not live there, you may use it 2 weeks a year and you rent the other 50 weeks. That's not considered commercial.
I have a problem with that, by the way, but we'll
Yeah.
come back to that later.
Yeah,
Right.
I sort of have a
Yeah,
couple of questions
go
about
ahead.
that. But I also have about insurance and insurance. We have a lot of private roads in our municipality. And I think that, you know, it'd be because the owner of that road association, they take on a lot of responsibility. If there's going to be short-term rentals on there, that there should be some, I'm wondering if we could have something about insurance that, that the owner of that property has in something in there around the road association or whatever, something that they're not going to be held responsible. Something like that. I don't know. I'm just saying that I think it's important that we recognize we have a lot of private road owners and associations that work hard, but, you know, with the amount of people who could be using that road, it could be quite a liability for them. And the other one I didn't, and it may be there, but it used to be that you had to notify the people around you that you were renting. In the other bylaw, was it? I'm pretty sure. And I didn't notice anything here to say that you had to notify and the people around, the other owners around you. And I wondered about that.
We're going to do that.
Yeah,
right?
through your Mayor Conley, that wasn't carried through to this bylaw. What we find is when we notify people, and it probably should be made a bit clear, we're not asking people's permission, that we're just simply
No.
notifying people. And that's possible. Our expectation is there's going to be some online mapping so that if you, for instance, look at the municipality of Magneto one, as soon as on their landing page, there's a map that shows where all the short-term rentals are, the name of the owner, the address, and that kind of thing. Excuse me. We can continue to do that. What we've also found is we've notified adjacent property owners, and that's the people next door to them and maybe across the road. And then the folks that are 2 houses down are offended because they're not notified. So, how do you notify everyone on the road, or what, what's the extent? So that hasn't been included here, not that it can't be. We didn't find it in other bylaws that we looked at that are more current. But I'll make note of that. If that's something council wants, in the eventuality that can be added with some more details. Yeah.
My last one, and that's fine. I just noticed it was missing, or I thought it was missing. The other one is around the licensee or responsible person shall ensure. It's 3.8, and we've got municipal supplied waste bag tags for household waste.
Mhm.
Are we going to tags?
Yeah, I had that question too.
I'll let Paula, we do have bag tags.
Oh, okay. I
We
didn't know
do.
that.
And we sell, I don't think we sell a lot of them, but for folks that come into the municipality that are either camping or don't have a landfill pass, we will sell them a bag tag. And I'm not sure that it's $5 per tag.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions or comments? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into all my questions. I have quite a few. I don't know why we write bylaws, and I'm not just saying us. This is a bylaw that looks very similar to many, many others in the provinces. This is being dealt with by many, many communities, right? Whether it's Tiny or Lake of Bays or whatever, but we have the tendency to write bylaws to the lowest common denominator. And when in reality, we have 95% of our people who are renting are doing it responsibly, correctly. And really, I don't have a big issue with them. But you know, the balance between writing a bylaw that's going to drive everyone underground even more and them getting a license is a very fine line. So I find some aspects of this overreach in my mind. I'm sure I'll have disagreement on council on this. I always said, because I was around in 2014 when the initial bylaw was put in place, and I've said all throughout this, the only thing that I've wanted is it to be enforceable, because the last one, or the one we currently have, is not really enforceable. And secondly, that the fines for non-compliance and for the bad actors, which I again would say is 5 or 6 people, or homeowners in the community, that the fines be substantial enough that it will drive compliance. I find some of the other stuff, I'll give you an example of a site plan let me backtrack a bit. Our bylaws apply to everyone. I had noise 2 nights ago till 3 o'clock in the morning of kids yelling and screaming and whatever. It was right across the bay. It had nothing to do with the short-term renter. It was an owner who did it, right? And I hear far more of that than I do people who are renting. But it should apply equally kind of to everyone. And it's by complaint, okay? And I'm going to get a card probably pretty soon. So anyway, you know, that's the responsible thing to do. It isn't to somehow, I get calls all the time. Well, you know, there's noise on my street. Well, did you call bylaw? Well, no, I didn't. I'm calling you. And I said, I can't do anything about it. The only time you'd ever be recognized is if we went to court. And they're not going to call Councillor Lamb and say, well, you know, I got a call from Jimmy Smith. The case would be thrown out immediately. So if people don't want to complain, tough luck, live with it, is my feeling, okay? As opposed to everybody sneaking around and, you know, looking every week. That's why I asked that gentleman some questions. So I guess overall, I find it overreach. And I think it will, I don't know, I won't get into all the details because I guess I only got 5 minutes, but there's lots of stuff in here that I find a little egregious. And all I'm trying to do is find that balance between really giving it to the bad actors and not punishing the 95% of people who are doing it correctly. And we're not going to make any money. You know, we're asking $100 or $200 a year. Some places are asking $2,000 a year for rentals, right? This is not a money-making thing. Like, this is a money loser right from the beginning, right? Unless we put in a short-term accommodation tax that would flow to the municipality that you could then apply to roads, right? Private roads and things like that. But I guess I'm up. Yeah. What's that? A red one or a yellow one? Yellow. Okay. Well, I'll stop it at a yellow. Maybe I can talk more later on but there's some things in here that I just don't agree with. One of them being a parking plan. What happens at my place, if I get enough people, my family all comes up, there's 10 of them, right? But yet, is someone going to come by my place and say, naughty, naughty, you've only got 3 bedrooms. You can't have any more than 6 people. I find that egregious. I can say, well, maybe it's a maximum of 10, unless your septic supports it or something, but try to tell everybody in a 3-bedroom and two bathroom, which is my place, that you can only rent, I don't rent, but that you can only rent to 6 people. That'll drive people underground, in my opinion. And that's just one of many concerns I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I hear both what Councillor Bray and Councillor Lamb have been saying. There's a few parts in here where I was kind of shaking my head too. I did have one question though. 3.4, page 50. No person shall use an accessory building or structure as a short-term rental unit. Is that if somebody has a bunkie that was passed under building code, would that be considered an accessory building? I was renting my cottage with 2 bedrooms and it had a bunkie that was a sleeping bunkie, I could still use that, or that doesn't count as, you could use it as rental?
Well, according to this, I would say the answer is no, you couldn't use it, but that's going to be an issue for a
Yeah,
number of
that,
people.
to me,
For a
that
number
doesn't
of
make sense.
people,
If
but
somebody had to pull a
yeah.
building permit for it and it's passed as a sleeping cabin, you should be allowed to rent that out. You pay taxes on it. That's just
Yeah.
my thinking. The parking management plan was another one I kind of shook my head at a little bit. The sewage documentation, I'm not saying that I disagree with it, but I think if we're gonna do it to properties that are only rentals on a lake, then why aren't we looking at doing it to everybody on the lake? And I'll give you the answer why, because the public could be here with pitchforks. I think if we tried to implement septic inspections for every property in the municipality with a 20-year-old septic, I think there'd be quite the outcry here. As much as everybody wants to save the lake, nobody wants to get their septic tested. We've seen it over the years for voluntary things, and some people do it and some people just absolutely hate it. To say that we're only going to do it to someone with a short-term rental unit and not someone that would have a long-term rental unit right next door, or someone with a 50-year-old system that they know isn't working the greatest and is close to the lake, and we're not going to do anything about that one. I don't know. I question it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I'll just speak briefly to the parking plan. One of the things we heard through complaints and in talking to other municipalities, and it's also linked to the number of people that, not that an owner may want at their cottage for the weekend, but that if it's a short-term rental and week after week after week, you're having an excessive number of people, more than the sewage system can handle, but also more than your parking can handle. So some of the complaints we've heard is that there may be 3 or 4 parking spaces in front of a cottage, but because there's an excessive number of people, there's parking on the road, parking on other people's private property. So the idea is if you're renting to 6 people, or if you're renting to 8 people, do you have enough parking on your property, not on the road and not on the neighbor's property, to accommodate what you can assume may be the number of vehicles? And if you're renting to 8 people, you can maybe rightly assume that you're going to have 4 vehicles. It could be more. So that's the idea of the municipality understanding that you indeed have enough parking to accommodate the rental that you have. And that's for a rental, not for an owner who from time to time has a party or have, the whole family there, a family reunion, and you do end up parking on the road. And it may be overnight, maybe for 2 nights, but it's not week after week after week. So that's the thought process, what we're hearing from other municipalities in terms of making sure that there's enough parking to accommodate the rental that you're advertising for.
One more to that, Mr.
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
Shouldn't we be sending out our bylaw officer? There's a parking infraction of any kind. Shouldn't we make sure the guy that we pay to enforce that goes out and does it? Someone's parking on the road. You should be able to ticket them.
It could be the private road, though.
Then that's up to the landowner that owns the road, right? You're not allowed to block any road. If it's a private road, you're still not allowed to block it. And the landowner can have you towed. I know because I've done it specifically. I can have you towed on a road that I own if you block my passage in and out. I can have you towed.
Oh. Yeah, no argument with what you're saying, but the only problem is that we have some roads that are of questionable, private roads that are of sort of questionable status as to who really owns it, and there's a bunch of people that are using it.
Oh,
that
yeah,
have a
I-
right to cross the property,
Yeah.
but they may or may not
Ingress and
be,
egress, right?
you know,
You
but
can go up and down the
the-
road, but you don't get to block it.
well, yeah, that's been, all I can say to you is that has been a complaint that we've had, right? We've
Oh,
had,
yeah,
and
I
a
understand.
lot of
that.
other people have also, other municipalities, that's been a complaint people have had with too many. too many vehicles for the subject property. So what happens is they end up on a narrow road blocking it for all intent. Not blocking it to everybody, but you wouldn't get a fire truck or a ambulance down it maybe, you know. That's the issue. Well, I'm going to try and just stick to some sort of major things that struck my attention. The distinction between a commercial use and STR, and I understand this is tied to our zoning bylaw. But I think that someone who buys a property solely as a rental property, even though it's a residential property or waterfront residential or whatever we would classify it, I think that's a commercial use. And I think it should be a commercial use. And lots of, and probably lots of rules should apply to that. So how you would do that, I think, is that you would restrict the total amount of rental that you could do in a year. Or maybe do in a season, because it may not be rentable in the winter time at all, right? So but if somebody has just bought a property for the intention of renting it and they don't use it themselves at all. So that's kind of an issue that I think is not totally clear. The second one that I tripped over was the maximum number of renters, and the one that Councillor Woods mentioned about accessory buildings. There is a property close to me on Washcash that's owned by, they're Americans that own it. And they have rented it except for the time when they're there in the summer. They don't rent it in the winter time because it's not winterized, and it's on an island. So I'll guarantee you could get to it most of the year. But anyway, but it's a large island and it has a big building in it, and it has a couple of outbuildings that you can occupy. And there are other examples of this that don't rent, but these people rent when they're not there, and they have a permit from us. But under this new bylaw, and they're very responsible renters. Why? Because it costs thousands and thousands. You can only rent it for a week, or 1 or 2 weeks, right? But you can't rent it for a weekend or anything. And it costs, like, to rent it for 2 weeks would be like $10,000 or something like that. But people who rent it will bring 15 people, and then they've all got a place to sleep, and they've got enough. As far as I have no evidence that they're doing anything harmful to the environment or anything like that. And they're very responsible. They're not noisy. They don't bother people and so on. But this rule about maximum number of renters would drive, essentially, I guess, would drive those people underground, because they couldn't comply and still rent. But they do everything else that our bylaw, everything else in the bylaw. So the other thing is that some people have, and I didn't see this in here, but a minimum rental, and that's to stop people from renting for the weekend. Like, there's no, we have this maximum which says, well, if you're going to rent to the same person for more than 30 days, then it's a long-term rental. So I kind of get that, but there's no, I didn't see a minimum. I'm not sure what the insurance requirement was. Is there, did we end up with the insurance requirement somewhere?
Yes, the insurance would be on page 53. 4.1F. So we did get some guidance, initial guidance from our insurance company that has suggested that the municipality of Whitestone be named as also insured.
Yeah.
Since we do issue a license and have some responsibility. They're suggesting a minimum of 5 million per occurrence. There's some variety of insurance requirements that we've noticed, but this actually came from our insurance company.
So the only other, well, I did start to go through this very carefully, and I succumbed a bit to fatigue. There is some repetition in here. There are some sections that say this, the same thing is repeated in a couple of different places and so on. And but anyway, that's an editorial thing. I guess I wondered, this will be my last comment. I guess I wondered whether the demerit point system is really necessary or not. And there's a bunch of stuff around around the actual offenses and so on, which I won't get into right now. Some of them are things that I believe are not correct from a legal point of view. But in any case, it looks like there's, I'll give you an example of that. Appeal to you say, well, you can appeal something to the CAO. Well, the CAO is the person who decides the issuance of the thing. So that's not a real appeal. But so there's a bunch of things like that that I think, but my question to you would simply
Mr.
be,
Mayor?
yeah, do you need to have a demerit point system? That's, I don't know, maybe other people want to comment on that. I'm not sure if it buys us anything. I'd like to hear the argument.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I about the demerit point thing, I looked at it. The failure to respond to a concern within 60 minutes and you're going to get a $1,500 set fine. If somebody was lighting fireworks off on a rental unit that I owned and somebody calls me at 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm not answering the phone. There's no way I can respond within 60 minutes, but I'm going to get a $1,500 set fine. Just for argument.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm against a lot of this stuff. A lot of it makes sense. We need to do something, but some of it, or failure to respond to site concern within 4 hours. I'm from Hamilton originally. It'd take me, 3.5 to 4 hours unless I was stepping on that gas pedal to get here, right? To come take a look at something. It's another $1,500 fine.
Through you, Mayor, I can speak to that. I recognize that these fines are extensive and as Councillor Lamb said, bylaws and enforcement are built for the 5 and 10% people that don't comply. The responding within, I think we said 60 minutes. Interesting, some municipalities have 30 minutes, but that's just you're responding to a phone call. There's an issue at your rental and it may not be the owner. And we have found this in Whitestone and other municipalities have confirmed it. If the owner is in the GTA, they typically have someone in the area that's may not be a property manager, but is someone who can respond to an issue if something arises. And it may not, it may not even be a bylaw issue. It may be something that the renters have a concern with. The water pump isn't working. So they have someone locally that can address things like that. And if it's a very serious concern, which, we may never find any, but you may find a few, then whoever is the responsible person will respond within a certain number of hours to the property. And it's usually at the call of the officer, the bylaw enforcement officer. So you've got a bylaw enforcement officer involved, then you have a serious issue. So that was the intent of that.
Okay, so I guess I would ask then, council, what do you want to provide any direction for the next pass at this? I was looking at the actual memo that's in here, or the not the memo, sorry, the motion that's in here, and it's simply to receive for information the draft short-term rental unit and memorandum from the CAO clerk. Maybe I should be asking the CAO clerk, is any of this is anything that you've heard useful to you, or do you need something more specific from us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All good conversation. Obviously, that this is, as I said, this has been fashioned after other bylaws that, and maybe other municipalities that need more difficult enforcement than Whitestone needs. What I don't have is, any collective agreement from council in regard to what you want to see in here and what you don't. So my suggestion is you could add to that resolution, which I thought we might anyway, is that members of council should submit comments to the CAO and to Paula Macri, who's been helping with this. And then we can bring back another bylaw and policy similar to what we did with the procedure bylaw with everyone's notes on there. And then at some point you may have members of council that think we don't need a parking plan and some members of council that do think we need a parking plan. I'm just using that as an example. What staff can't do is take every member of council's requests and build it into the bylaw, because then, we wouldn't get very far, and we take direction from the majority of council. So I think the best we can do is add the comments that each member of council provides and have a look at what the bylaw, what the next iteration would look like. I don't think anyone expected that this was going to be passed very quickly. It's an extensive bylaw, and when we start using enforcement and set fines, there's some time that's involved with that. I think it's a good starting point, and that's mostly because we haven't just developed it on our own. We've looked at other municipalities and how they've done and how successful they've been. So my suggestion is that members of council submit comments to staff, I would say within, I don't know, a 3 or 4 week period, and we can start looking at it and redoing or making some amendments based on, or proposed amendments based on what I think council is looking for. Alternately, you could create a small committee, 2 members of council and staff, but that might move a little quicker, but again, you're still not getting the majority of council involved. The other thing I might mention is that the other bylaws that we looked at from other municipalities have had legal review because they're enforced and they've been passed and they're being enforced and they're enforceable. Ours hasn't had legal review, but my sense is there may be a few things that legal review would want amended, but the fact that these clauses are based on other municipalities suggests to me that their legal review would be minor. That's just my guess, but I really don't want to at this point get legal review until we understand what council is looking for in terms of this bylaw.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Mann.
Yeah, what I'd like to do is I'll just come in this week if we can at some point and sit with Paul or you or both of you or whatever and give you my comments versus me putting them out in an email or something like that. So it's quicker for me to go through the document and you guys can just note, for sake of time today, I can go through it. An example is, everything's been 3 years. Suddenly every year you got to apply now. Why wouldn't it be 3 years, right? Pay for 3 years and the demerit points are 2 years. So at least that should match up, right? We've got different dates. Those are minor things but there are other things in there that I don't understand, some of the definitions and things like that. And again, you want something that we can enforce responsibly, right? And when the mayor says, like, you're a commercial use if you never do anything but rent out, I'm not necessarily in disagreement with that, but people just get around it. They come up a weekend, right? I'm not, I used it last weekend, or I used it for a week in the winter. And how the heck are you going to enforce all this, right? How are you going to know, right? So I'd like it simple or simpler than what's written here. I think if you look, and I've heard from people, I've had emails from people who are down in tiny township and whatever, that you got to look at the flip side of it. uh, You know, both the cost and the benefit and some of the things, you know, like bylaw officers, not bylaw, but building officers using the opportunity to go onto a property and not only look for outstanding building permits, but to look at the building itself and, or there's a bunkie over there, you didn't get a permit 10 years ago. So they're using it for other purposes, right? And, you know, I don't want, you know, I don't want to build. I think Whitestone's been unique enough to not over-govern. And I think that's a good thing. And I think it's attracted people and it's, you know, attracted value to homes and things like that. So I don't want to partially destroy that by setting something up. But I do want to get to the 4 or 5 or 6 or whatever, 10 at maximum people that are abusing the system. And that's, I think, what we all want, right? And I don't want to build a, you know, have a sledgehammer when a regular hammer will do to get to deal with the so-called 10 people or 8 people or whatever. So thank you. I didn't get a yellow card, did I? No, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So anything else? All right. Motion to reconvene into a regular meeting. Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone reconvene into regular meeting at, looks like 11:41 a.m. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. So matters arising from committee of the whole. The first planning item was 5.1.1. That was the Booz and Hart application to purchase and close shore road allowance. Here's the motion. Whereas an application has been submitted by Michael Busenhart and Nancy Straub Busenhart for the closing and acquisition of the shore road allowance fronting lots 24 and 25, concession 9 in the geographic township of Mackenzie. And whereas Paula Macri, planning assistant, has prepared a follow-up memorandum to the March 6, 2024 memorandum dated May 13th, 2024, regarding the purchase of the shore road allowance and provided a copy to the council of the municipality of Whitestone. And whereas there are no official plan conflicts, environmental concerns, or planning issues with respect to that application, now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone approves in principle the closure and acquisition of the shore road allowance fronting lots 24 and 25, concession 9 in the geographic township of Mackenzie, as applied for by Michael Busenhart and Nancy Straub Busenhart, subject to 1, all practices, procedures, and fees of the municipality for closing of shore road allowances. Would someone like to move that, please? Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. Any further discussion on this one? Although, oh, sorry, we're going to do a recorded vote, aren't we? Because it's a planning item.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion is carried.
thank you. Yes, yes. Okay. All right, thank you. The next one is the Rogers one, 5.12 on Shawnee Lake. That's from the municipality of. I'm wondering. This is not probably a good time for a recess, but did you want to
Yes, thank you,
Can we
Mr.
take a
Mayor.
short?
If we could take a short recess, I think between you and I in 5 to 7 minutes, we could come up with
Fine.
an amended resolution.
Why don't we do that? We've got the body of it, but you know, at the end of the last sentence says that the council of the municipality of Whitestone does hereby, and there's blank space, so we need to fill that in. So if you don't mind, let's take a break for about, well, 10 minutes at the most, and we'll get something together here. Do you want to stop the recording and put your screen up, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I will. One moment, please.
So thank you, everyone. We're now back in session at about 5 to 12 noon. We have a resolution for item 5.1.2, a suggested resolution. I'll read it to you. Whereas Patrick Christie, CPT, has prepared a memorandum dated April 2nd, 2024 for the Prairie Sound Area Planning Board regarding the Google consent application B04-2024. The applicant is Rogers and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. And whereas the municipality of McDougall has requested approval from the municipality of Whitestone in respect to the use of the parking and docking facilities at the Shawanaga Lake Boat Ramp for the purposes of consent application B04-2024. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this memorandum as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone does hereby advise the municipality of McDougall and the Prairie Sound Area Planning Board that the Whitestone Municipal Public Boat Launch at Beach Road has limited parking capacity, no dock, and no waste disposal, and that it would be impossible to dedicate these amenities to water access only property owners of any municipality. Okay.
Yeah, I would just like to put in no trailer parking. Because their bylaw talks about trailers. Or
Okay,
their,
well, we can do that. After no waste disposal, we can put no limited
trailer.
parking capacity, no trailer. I'll put it in here. No trailer parking.
that's correct. That'll do.
So we'll put that in before no dock, no trailer, no parking, limited parking capacity, no trailer parking, no dock, and no waste disposal. That,
Correct. That's good.
so with that amendment, would you like to move it?
I'll move
it, please. We should get a move.
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion? If there's nothing further, we'll have a recorded vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I don't think this. Okay, this is just an alternate one for Rogers. We didn't use it. Right? Isn't it? Yeah, it's okay. Sorry. So 5.2 was the discussion of the draft short-term rental bylaw. The motion that I have here is that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receive for information the draft short-term rental unit bylaw and the memorandum from CAO Clerk Hendry dated May 21st, 2024. Mover and seconder? No? Oh, all right. Okay, sorry. Yes. All right. We can do that.
You should let Scott know.
And that members of council be asked to forward written comments on the draft to Paula Macri or to you? To Paula
Mine's not gonna be written.
Macri by, what was the date? Hmm?
My suggested is June 7th, and that's, if that's agreeable.
By June 7th, 2024. Okay, so I'll read it to you again. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information the draft short-term rental unit bylaw and the memorandum from CAO Clerk Henry dated May 21st, 24. And that members of council be asked to forward written comments on the draft to Paula Macri by June 7th, 2024. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Any further discussion? I don't think this one needs a recorded vote, does it? All in favor, please. Lower your hands. Thank you very much. That's carried. Now, the next item is a public meeting. And the public meeting is about, sorry. Just trying to find the actual. I'm looking for the actual resolution. I got too many papers here, but. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Find it later. So the purpose of this public meeting is to deal with a proposed zoning bylaw amendment in respect of the Lamoureux property on Mawashkesh. Oh, and sorry, as well as the budget for the 2024 budget. Okay, so first of all, we need a motion to move into the public meeting. Over in seconder, please. So I see Councillor Bray moved and Councillor Woods seconded. That Council of the Municipality of Whitestone move into a public meeting at, looks like 12:03 p.m. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. All right, so we are now in a public meeting, and once again, I will, for the record, introduce the council and staff. We have Councillor Brian Woods, Councillor Janice Bray, Mayor George Comrie, Deputy Mayor Joe Lamb, and Councillor Scott Nash is absent. And we have staff, our CAO clerk, Michelle Henry, our manager of public works, David Creaser, our planning assistant, Paula Macri, our treasurer, Nish Kulal, and our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. And we have our fire chief is on Zoom. Bob Whitman. So again, I'll ask, is there any pecuniary interest to declare in respect of this item? Okay, seeing none.
Anyone from the public?
Hmm?
Is there any, there's no one from the public then, eh?
I do not see anyone from the public online or in the room, other than the people that I already introduced. So, undeclared. Anyway, I will ask that all comments be addressed through the chairperson and that the person making the comments state their name. But there are no members of the public. Madam Clerk, how was notice of this meeting delivered?
In respect of the Lamoureux matter, was posted on the municipal website and on the public bulletin board at the municipal office on March 18th, 2024, and posted with Metroland online newspaper on April 11th, 2024. And I can let you know that no correspondence has been received on this matter. The notice for the budget meeting was posted on the municipal website and on the public bulletin board at the municipal office on April 23rd, 2024. The notice was posted in the Metroland online newspaper on May 4th, 2024. And again, no correspondence has been received in respect of this matter.
Okay, thank you. The first item for discussion is item 6.1, which is the proposed zoning bylaw amendment with respect to Lamoureux's. I don't see the applicant online or in the room. But I guess we could start with our planning assistant's memo and any comments that she might have about the application. Paula?
At the council meeting of July 19th, council passed a consent application made by Paul and Lori Lamoureux. It was for a lot addition to an existing waterfront lot and also to create one rural lot off of Alts Road. The Perry Sound Planning Board approved the consent on July 25th. What is before council is the rezoning of Part 1 on Plan 42R 22136 from the waterfront 2 zone to the RR zone. The applicants must fulfill their conditions of the consent by July 26th of 2024. Any questions?
Okay, open for discussion, councilors.
Don't have anything.
Okay, I don't see any questions. You will be asked to approve it when we come out of the public meeting. If there's nothing further, okay, so we can then move on, I believe, to item 6.2.1, which is the hopefully finalizing our budget. And we have a report here from our treasurer, so I'll turn it over to him to introduce.
Through you, Mayor. Fourth draft of 2024 budget highlights. A proposed tax increase of 7.58% in under discussion with each 1% increase generate approximately 33,754 in revenue. Operating expense raised by 4.58 compared to 2023, primarily due to contribution to asset management. We have contributed asset managed reserve around $285,273. The auditor indicated a general surplus of $51,510 for the year 2023. And annual repayment limit is under 10%, which is recommended by our asset management plan. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Questions or comments on the proposed budget? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thanks, Manish, and thank you for your hard work on this. I think in my mind, we've reached where we should be on this, so I only have one question on it, but I think it's important that once we pass this, that we communicate it properly in our next newsletter and on our website and things like that. Not only with a pie chart to show, what's going, what percentage is going where. But also, I think, pointing out that two things are sort of driving the increase in the tax rate. And that is, of course, that now in recent years, we're under the asset management plan, which is a structured plan to save for the future. I call it like a reserve plan, which is what it is. And that requires us to put more and more money into the future for future, repairs to buildings and bridges and roads and things like that. I think that's one point. And then, of course, the second point that has come up this year is the fire truck. And although we're financing, I don't know, 300,000 or something of it, that initially we thought we would be financing it towards the latter part of the year, and we're doing it now. It's already done. So those two factors have weighed heavily on the budget. And I think if we explain it, that everything else is sort of normal, but those two factors have led to us having to raise the tax rate, I think is important. The only other question I had it through actually Councillor Nash, was there was some question from someone who is up on Maple Island, and they were complaining about the dust and stuff. And anyway, there was sort of this inquiry, thinking that we had somehow, council had cut out something on up there that would have alleviated the dust issue. So I drove it the other day. This is to a road super, and I didn't know what section the person was talking about, because I didn't find any dust at all as I drove it. And so it was hard for me to say it was from, the thrift shop to the ballpark, or the commons area out there, or past it, or whatever. So could you just could the roads, Dave, could you make a comment on that? What section of the road it is? And because we cut some, I know last year we cut some issues out. I think one was Maple Island. But when I looked at this year's budget, I don't think that project is put in for this year. It was never put in for us to even consider. So we didn't really cut it out this year. We never had it on the table. So can you explain that to me? Because I never got an explanation back when I.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The section in question would be from the cemetery, Maple Island Cemetery, roughly there, beginning there to after the second bridge, just after the second bridge, and that is that road. I'll have to get the name of the road. It's anyways, just over
I think I know
a kilometer. So
not LaBrache.
no, not that far.
Not Lads
Shady
Road.
Maple?
Shady Maple. Thank you very much. That is
Yeah.
the one.
Is that past Lads Road?
That is before Lads Road.
Yeah.
Okay, okay,
So just after you cross the second bridge coming up the hill, that's about where we
Okay.
stop.
You're right.
okay.
It's about 1.1 kilometers in length. It was ripped up in 2022. work was done to it, gravel was placed onto it. And in 2023, it was in the budget to get new double surface treatment. That was moved to this year. And in this year, I believe the very first meeting we had, it got bumped out. It was one of the projects that could get moved because there was no loss of there's no financial implications. You're not going to degrade your asset. Your asset is in good condition. It's gravel. The concern is the dust. So it was moved to 2025 and it's in there 2025. I believe I see it there at 115,000. After I received a phone call, which would likely have been in the time range that council, you would have received a phone call. We did have our calcium truck go out.
Oh, okay.
We ordered the calcium truck. We were able to get it quickly. We were grading quickly. This was an early year. May 2nd was when it went out. So that was the very beginning of the month. So you would likely not have come across dust because it's been treated.
Oh, okay.
The area of concern is along Maple Island after the cemetery, right on the island itself. There's many of the properties that are very, very close to the road.
Yeah.
Because of the proximity of these houses, it's inevitable on a dirt road. You're not going to capture all the dust as much as you try. And I think that's why initially there was surface treatment there, is just for that reason, because of the dust. We do our best as the season goes on and the heat increases, the bond strength between our calcium, our dust control, and the water that it holds, that bond weakens. So as we climb up to 30 degrees, you're going to get more dust. It just gets weaker. As the temperature comes back down, the bond strength increases and you have good dust control again. So we are working on it. We have paid special attention to them. We did do 2 passes, which we don't normally do because of the road, the nature of the road. In front of the people's houses, we do try and give them special attention, and that's across the municipality.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My final comment is when we advertise the tax rate, we should include the education tax, which would, what is it with that in 5.8 or something, isn't it?
Through you, Mayor, it's a 5.88 with the.
Yeah, I think that's what we should sort of advertise, because people don't look at it and break it down and say, what's education and what's this? They just look and say, you know, I paid $100 in taxes last year and I'm paying 105 this year. That's all they really look at, right? So sometimes it's how you sell it, right? Thank you. You've done a good job on the budget. All of staff has, so I compliment you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments about the budget? Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. In no particular order, just the way that I saw them. Be a question for Dave. 122, there's a section here about all the land use permits. I didn't see one for snakeskin. I was just gonna ask you about that.
Sorry, but you said a land use permit?
Through you, Mr.
Yep.
Mayor, that is in the works. We have not filled out the form yet, as we don't have an answer back from them exactly how it's going to look. But it is, I just spoke to Paula, it is in the works.
Okay, thank you. Oops. One other one, well, so boat launches and whatnot, I know they were moved into capital. I still don't understand that, but I mean, I guess it is what it is at this point. One thing that I did want to ask about was the $7,500 as per the Steinhoff report for Station 2 in Ardbeg. I asked for the building inspector because we were told that the building inspector wouldn't let it go about the air exchange unit, and I wanted something brought back stating specifically where in the building code that said that that had to be put in that building. Because to me, that building is nothing more than a parking garage, and it should not require that. And I never got that information.
Through you, Mayor Comrie.
Go ahead.
You're correct, Councillor Woods. I think that may have slipped off of our to-do list, but what I can tell you is that our chief building official will be here this afternoon
Okay.
presenting his report, and we'll remind him that, or we'll ask him to speak to that
Okay.
and make sure that he can provide you with an answer. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. For the boat launch, we use that as a capital because we want to utilize our Parkland Reserve. The funding has been contributed by Parkland Reserve. That's the reason that has been moved to capital item. Thank you.
Okay, it still doesn't make sense to me, because to me, it's a municipal asset. It's gonna be a recurring expense. We're putting money in our boat launches, upgrading and maintaining them the same way we would any of our roads, but that's fine. Whatever you guys need to do the books, I'll leave it to you guys because you know better than me.
For the, through you, Mayor, for the current fiscal year, we consider as a capital item, we consulted our auditor. So that way we can utilize our Parkland Reserve money for that particular project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Councillor Bray, did you have a question or comment?
No, I'm just, thank you very much for all the work. It looks amazing, and you've done a lot of work to get it to a good rate. And I was especially appreciative of the very last graph that showed where we are, where we're proposing to be, and all the rest of the municipalities around us. And I think that's a really strong visual that we should also use, because that really tells a tale as to where our taxes are compared to all of the municipalities around us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else about the budget that you would like to discuss while we're in a public meeting? If not, then I would say we could reconvene the public meeting and reconvene into a regular meeting if someone were to so move. So I see Councillor Woods moves, Councillor Bray seconds, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone reconvene into a regular meeting at, looks like 12:23 p.m. All those in favor, please indicate. Thank you very much. That's carried. Now we have some business arising from the public meeting. The first one being the Lamoureux item. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memorandum from Paula Macri, Planning Assistant, dated May 13th, 2024. And if you're wondering where the rest of it is, that'll come up under bylaws. So can I get a mover and seconder to? That's Councillor Woods moves, Councillor Lamb seconds. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's, oh, okay. All right, we're gonna have a recorded vote.
Thank you. Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Thank you. And finally, the budget. Once again, there'll be more after this. But here's the motion that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive report FIN 2024-07 entitled Adoption of Proposed 2024 Operating and Capital / Special Project Budget for information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone, with changes recommended from both council and staff following the April 16th, 2024 meeting, hereby adopts the proposed 2024 operating and capital / special projects budget as presented, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby requests the CAO clerk to present a bylaw to adopt the estimates of all sums required during the year and to adopt the rates of taxation for the year 2024. Mover and seconder for that, Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray.
I'd ask for a recorded vote on this too.
Okay.
I think we
recorded
normally
vote.
do that every year.
Requested by Councillor Lamb, that's fine. So if there's no further discussion on this, then Madam CIO.
Thank you, Councillor Woods.
No.
Just one moment. Okay, that's my fault. So for the last vote, it would have been Councillor Nash to start. So I in fact started with Councillor Woods. So my apologies. I should have started with Councillor Bray.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
No.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are let's see where we are.
Consent
We're
agenda.
at the consent agenda and we're almost at our break. I don't know. Do you want to do the consent agenda? No.
Sure.
All right, let's do the consent agenda. Here, and then we will take a break for our photo and our lunch. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of 7.1, council and committee meeting minutes for the regular council meeting of April 16th, 2024. The Whitestone Library Board meeting minutes of March 18th, 2024, and the Whitestone Recreation Committee meeting minutes dated March 28th, 2024. And the unfinished business listed on pages 6 to 9 of the agenda. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. That's the regular council meeting minutes for April 16th. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the Whitestone Library Board meeting minutes of March 18th, 2024. The Whitestone Recreation Committee meeting minutes dated March 28th, 2024. And the unfinished business listing on pages 6 to 9 of the May 21st council meeting agenda. Can I get a mover and seconder? Councillor Lamb, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion on any of these minutes? Okay, if none, all those in favor? The consent agenda. Thank you, that's carried. Okay, now with that, then it's 12:30, our usual time for a lunchtime recess. So I will now declare the recess and ask that the recording be stopped. Consent agenda. That's where we are right now. Accounts. Sorry, we're not there. We're at accounts payable. Creation, accounts payable.
Test.
Okay, good afternoon. It's 1:09 PM and we are now back in session. And the recording is turned on once again. We're at item 8.1 in the agenda, which is the accounts payable. So to kick this off, could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receive for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $217,452.22 for the period ending May 10th, 2024. Who will move that? Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you very much. So any discussion, questions or comments on payables? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just the very first one, just a clarification for the Phenom in the city of Greater Sudbury. I had COVID, so Mayor Comrie went. You've got Jay Lamb. Mayor Comrie took my place at that. That's all my point is. It's the very first
Yes,
item.
that's, yes,
That's all it is.
that's
the only-
correct, yeah.
It's not a question, it's just a comment.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I
Thank you.
have. That's-
Anything else anyone would like to raise? Okay, if not, then I'll call the question to receive the payables for information. All those in favor? I see all the hands are up. Thank you. That's carried. So that brings us to staff reports. And the first one is the AODA multi-year plan. Item 9.1. Here's the suggested motion that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receive for information report admin 2024-06 entitled 2024 to 2028 multi-year accessibility plan, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone does hereby endorse the multi-year accessibility plan as presented and submit the plan to the Ministry for Seniors and Accessibility. And that in order to finalize compliance with the plan and the associated legislation, AODA and human rights training or retraining, if the initial training is older than 5 years, be completed within the next 3 months by staff, volunteers, paid and unpaid, full-time, part-time, and contract positions, and members of council. Can I get a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Bray is moving, seconded by Councillor Woods. Discussion on this one. Did you want to introduce the report? Sorry.
Yes. Thank you, Mr.
Madam
Mayor.
CAO.
I will be brief. This is, I think this is the third time council has seen this. The last time we saw it was just before we were talking about budget, and we deferred it and thought it would be appropriate to include some of the budget items that we were unsure of at the time related to boat launches. That's now been included with some years of potential improvements and upgrades happening. I can also tell you that we're in the process of applying for grant money for that. The grant application is due tomorrow, and Manager Creaser has championed that application. I just have to do a review. So this is something that's been outstanding with the ministry for about a year now, and it's taken a bit of time to get where we are, but I think it's a good plan, and it's something that we'll post on our website, and a guidance document that we can follow as we make sure that our municipality is accessible. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Are there any comments or questions on this one from councilors? I'm not hearing anything, so can we call the
Yeah,
question? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just one quick one.
Yeah.
So in here, is there flexibility? Like it's sort of identifying things that need to be done. And if we got to next year's budget and said, oh, no, we want to do that next year, like push it, like, do we have that kind of flexibility, or are we going to be caught to say, nope, you signed off in May of 2024, so your goose is cooked, you got to go ahead? Is there flexibility, I guess is.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to answer your question, yes, it's meant to be a guidance document.
Okay, good. That's all I wanted to. Okay, thank you. And the most common question I get, and I guess there's no one from the public, is of course about Maple Island. And we don't have to do anything at Maple Island as long as we're not doing any major renovations, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, Councilor
Okay,
Lamb.
thank you.
Okay, anything else on the ODA? Well, and I guess you're going to, Madam CAO, we're going to remind people about what it is we all have to do, right, for that training?
Yes.
I know you did once already.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our deputy clerk has got that under control, I believe, and I know I'm delinquent, and I will get to that shortly. And but I think there's been a fair bit of response, and people are working through it. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor then of this, receiving this report and approving it, thank you. That's carried. 9.2 is a report on tax arrears for 2021, 22, and 23. Oh, and previous years. Can I get a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report FIN 2024-08 entitled Tax Arrears for 2023, 2022, 2021, and previous years? Moved by Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Bray. Discussion on, well, I'll ask our treasurer if he wants to say anything about his report first, and then we'll have questions.
Through you, Mayor. So we have a total tax arrears for as of March 31st, 2024 is $422,482, and out of which eligible for tax registration will be $141,341, and which include like around approximately 61 properties in that particular areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from council? You see the tax collection policy is there, and it takes a fair while to get to the point where something actually gets sold. And then the person walks in on the last day and pays the arrears.
Yeah.
After we've done all the work to
Well,
get there.
and there's.
Yeah.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah,
Yes.
when I read this, I didn't read all the policy, by the way, but I read this. The first thing I said was, wow, when it said March 31st, that there's 275 properties in arrears. When was the first tax payment due for 2024?
It was through you, Mayor. It was March 31st.
Yeah.
The first installment for interim bill. Thank you.
Okay, is that an unusual amount of properties in arrears or is that like if I looked at 2023, March 31st, would it still be?
Normally, through you, Mayor, normally it is a deadline period. Some people pay a little late, like after few months. So it is like generally normally in that bracket area, something people missing the payment, it may come in the next month. So that may be the range. That's the reason it was a little high during that period.
So 61 properties are in arrears, which are eligible for tax sale registration. So is that what we're going to do?
That's right.
We're going to start legal processes to
That's correct.
potentially sell 61, of which 60 will come in the day before and pay it?
That's through you, Mayor. That's right. But we are focusing the tax bracket, whoever owing more than $5,000 till in between 31,000, that will be prioritized on the dollar value, which is areas in the on total of 61 the properties.
You're treating them all the same, aren't you?
Yeah, we are treating everybody
So
same.
what's the step? You write them a letter, then you register it and you put it up for sale and everyone bids on it if they want to and is that all kind of, am I right on that?
Through you, Mayor. First, we are sending all properties an 8-year notice in the month of June. Then after we are consulting our legal advisor to how we proceeding with the 61 property which are in arrears.
Again, is that 61? That seems high to me. I know every year I've heard of 3 or 4 being advertised or 5 or that sort of thing, but is 61 properties in tax arrears to the point that we're taking action on them? Is that not an unusual amount of properties? Or is this normal stuff?
This is just want to give you a counsel. What are the properties outstanding with the 61 properties are total, but the value of the outstanding balance is lower when it compared to some properties higher. So my viewpoint will be we are going with a higher amount of 5,000 plus property, which is in arrears. That is that way we can cover all our legal costs on the particular property.
I don't get it. Why wouldn't you just treat everyone right? You're the same. You're 2 years in arrears. We're going to do this. Why would you
Yeah, we can
say,
do-
well, if I understood you, you're saying we're going to concentrate on the people that owe more than 5,000. What about the people less than 5,000? You're not going to take action on them?
Through you, Mayor. So we can go for 61 property who are in arrears for last 2 years. We can register the property on a tax lay, and the ratepayer have a time till pay that due within 1 year. So we can register all the 61 properties who are not paid for last 2 years.
So, okay, I'm sorry to belabor this, but you said I thought I heard you say we're going to concentrate on people that owe more than 5,000. So that's, how many in the 61 owe less than 5,000? And are we doing something with it? That's all I'm trying to clarify. Like, I think everybody should, if you meet a threshold, everyone should be treated the same, whether it's 4,500 or 10,000.
Through you, Mayor. The property areas between $0 to $1,000, there's a 17 properties. From the dollar amount 1,000 to 5,000, 21 properties, and in the range of 5,000 to 10,000, there is 17 properties outstanding, and in the range of between 10,000 to 31,000, there is a 6 properties out of the 61 properties.
And are you going after all 61? I don't know that you're understanding me, or I'm not understanding you. But I thought you said we're going to concentrate on people with 5,000 or more. Oh, wait. And I'm saying, I think you should treat everyone the same. That's what I'm saying. Have I got it right, or maybe?
If I may help here, of the 61 properties that are in arrears, they will all receive a notice advising them, not that they owe taxes, but they're in arrears and at the point where a tax sale process could start.
Okay.
So we expect that's going to get the attention of people that have just missed payments or have been a little bit delinquent in terms of, and are at the lower value. So I think the point Manish is trying to make is that those folks are likely going to step forward once they understand there's a possibility of tax sale, which will allow us to focus on the higher, the folks that are in a higher amount of tax sale. But you're correct. All 61 properties are going to get the notice that they are eligible for a tax sale. In fact, more than eligible. Manish has been actually generous in terms of one more notice, but the notice is going to look a little bit different in that it's going to let people know that they're eligible for a tax sale and that they need to catch up on their
And we're
taxes.
going to treat all 61 the same if
That
they
is
don't
correct.
pay.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there other questions about tax arrears? Okay, if not, then I will call the question on the motion to receive this report for information. All those in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. So 9.3 is a blue box services agreement with Circular Materials Ontario and the lease agreement with Waste Collections of Canada Limited. Excuse me. The suggestion motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive report Public Works -2024-06 entitled Blue Box Depot Services Agreement with Circular Materials Ontario and Lease Agreement with Waste Connections of Canada, Inc. for information, and that the Municipality of Whitestone enters into a depot operations agreement with Circular Materials Ontario to provide blue box services at Municipality of Whitestone landfill depots, including promotion and education, for the period July 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2025, based on the terms described in this report, and that the Municipality of Whitestone enter into a lease agreement with Waste Connections of Canada, Inc. That's referred to as WCC, to lease to WCC on a month-to-month basis 4 recycling compactors and 6 related recycling containers, which are currently situated at the municipality's York Street and Olds Road depots, based on the terms described in this report, and that the mayor and CAO clerk be authorized to execute the depot operations agreement with Circular Materials Ontario and the lease agreement with Waste Connections of Canada, Inc. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. Manager Creaser.
Through you,
This is
Mr.
your
Mayor.
report. Would you like to
I would.
give us an intro, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. This is a next step in our journey down this long road we've been working towards through transition to the producer responsibility and accountability with our land, with regards to our blue box. All blue box collected at our landfill currently goes to Waste Connections. It's picked up by Waste Connections at a Bracebridge and is processed there. Of that, we receive funding for about 50% of the cost, including some staffing as well. This next step will put everything over to the producers. And this is an 18-month transition period. So this is simply just a transition where things actually land and how things actually look starting January 1st, 2026 remains to be seen. It could be a continuation of what we see here for a short period of time. But this will get us to that next step. There's some implications here. So ultimately, we will continue business as usual. We will have some assistance from CMO, Circuit Materials Ontario, with regards to promotion and education of recycling and the process that's going to be province-wide, which is one of the key interests that Whitestone had. We will have the same message people receive in the south as it will up here in Whitestone. So when people travel up to here in Whitestone, they should have the same understanding of how to recycle. Same way we receive the same material the same way. It should help us a lot. The other thing that's of note is the municipality of Whitestone has negotiated down to 2% non-eligible. The standard is 25% non-eligible items. And those non-eligible items are from, they're from places such as commercial activities, campgrounds, places of worship, daycares, municipal buildings and parks, and commercial farms. So we have, through our MPAC, given them that information, that we have 2%. They've agreed that we will have 2% non-eligible, and that will be rolled back out of how much money we receive from our depot operations. The difference in operating the way we did in the past and the way we will going forward is a net positive for the municipality. In the past, we received approximately half of our costs. Now we'll receive a little bit more. So we will no longer be responsible for the hauling. We will no longer be or the cost in hauling or the processing. That is out. Those costs are out. We will still be giving some money to operate our depot. That includes staff time and promotion education, and that's to operate the depot so that the eligible sources of the public have continuity of services. So there will be no changes for how they recycle or where they recycle. Be the same. So the updated, the net difference in cost over an annualized basis over a year will be a net increase of revenue of $66,988 increase. That's net after expenses. There's going to be some risks as far as contamination going down the road. They may come after us for such things. I don't expect we're going to see too much of that in the transition period. They're going to want to get everything sorted, transition all of the municipalities in Ontario. After that, they'll get a good idea of information where they are and how they're going to deal with contamination. That being said, we would like to, I've included a couple $1,000s for contingency if they do charge us. I find that it'll be very difficult for them to charge us just in the process itself. The process will be, we collect the material, Waste Connections rents our compactors from us and provides regular maintenance as well. Waste Connections will be contracted to haul. They will come and collect our material. They will then bring it to their facility, and they'll likely transfer, in Bracebridge, transfer it into another receptacle. And then from there, that receptacle will then haul it down to, I believe, Mississauga, Mterra. So it's a long distance. It will be a single stream. Mterra is a single stream operation. And In this process, when they collect it and take it to the Waste Connections in Bracebridge, it's just dumped out on the floor. Ours gets dumped out on the floor, our neighbors get dumped on the floor, everybody's gets dumped out on the floor. There's no one sorting to see who's got what in the material. It's all just packaged up together, sent on to Emterra. It'd be very difficult to go through they could go a bin here and a bin there and do an audit, which they may do, but I suspect they're gonna do that after the 18 months. So during this transition period, likely be just business as usual. We'll have some assistance with our promotion and education from CMO. They have some very good people, and the messaging will be the same across Ontario. There's the two agreements with Waste Connections and with CMO. They're both going to have the option at January 1st, 2026 to extend. They may extend, but in the meantime, we'll have to work out what do we do with our non-eligibles. We got 2% non-eligibles we currently receive. And as of January 1st, 2026, CMO will not permit those non-eligibles to be part of their program. We're going to continue to analyze our options, and we're going to come back to council with a recommendation. When Westbury Sound transitions together, pretty much July 1st. So our neighbors including us, and our neighbors to the west, transition this summer. To the east of us, they go January 1st. So once we get a little more information of who's doing what and who's going to come up and deal with non-eligibles, there may be some contractor that starts taking non-eligibles. We'll see when the dust settles who is doing what, which players are going to deal with non-eligibles. I suspect something will happen. We'll see what our neighbors are doing. We'll likely coordinate and provide a recommendation once we have more information. So any other questions?
Okay, questions? Thanks, David. Councillor Lamb.
What's a non-eligible? What's the 2%? What?
So a non-eligible source, they're a source. So municipalities are not included. So we are a non-eligible source. So if we make recyclables and take them to put them in the Blue Box program after January 1st, 2026, they won't accept them. So they can't go in and get sent off to CMO. They can't.
Why?
Neither
currently
can
not-
commercial enterprises or churches, or there's other.
Places of worship, there's commercial
Yeah.
farms, there's daycares. They have been non-eligible for a long time. It just gets backed out of
Just-
our cost. It's nothing new. It's just, there's been really no changes. We've received a standard agreement from CMO. I've heard of nobody getting any traction on changing their contract. It's a standard contract, take it or leave it. This is-
If I may, and I think there's something in our agenda package about this, but Phenom has petitioned the province to remove the ineligible sources and make them do it for everybody, right? So that has gone from Phenom to the government. Now, I think do we have a request to pass a motion to support that, or did we already? I'm trying to remember.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did. It was the last council meeting.
We already did it.
Oh, okay.
No, so whether, that's no guarantee that the province will act on that, but it's kind of begs the question, why? Like, like you're doing it for ratepayers, for homeowners, but you're not doing it for commercial ratepayers, and you're not doing it for the municipality itself and various other public sector entities. So, so what's the point? You've got a great elaborate system to do it for everybody. So why to do it for the regular ratepayers? So why not do it for everybody is the argument.
My point.
So hopefully this I certainly hope that they'll reconsider that. Councilor Ray.
Yeah, that was, I was interested that we do that last time because it's, to me, it's a lot of work if we have to come up with a a program, even if we do have neighbors and we work with them, it's still a lot of work to come up with a program for those non-eligibles. So I'm hoping that we can continue that pressure with our MPP and the minister, because I think it's something that all municipalities should be up in arms about this. But I do have one question for Mr. Creaser. This company, there's no way they will allow the ineligibles and then just we pay for it, or it gets reduced from our, I mean, would they consider it, or has there been any discussion?
Currently, they're accepting it. So during this transition, business as
It's
usual,
okay, yeah.
everything's fine. They roll out 2% of the money that it's not a large cost. It's an acceptable cost. This is a standard agreement that they put in place to work on getting the transition. They have to transition all the municipalities. It's their first kick at the can and their best effort. As transition happens, which it's been happening, and it will continue to happen, more information will come and dialogues will start. They are required to provide a price to us for us to operate our depots based on our information that we provided in our 2020 data call. So back in 2020, what we reported our costs were, that's what this agreement's based on. That's legislation. So going beyond that, I don't think they've really done nothing. That's what they're required to do. They're a publicly traded company. They're not really going to budge. Ours is better than the average municipality of our size. The amount we receive, I think you'll see that in the amount of money the swing we're having. So it's a net positive for us in the amount of money we're receiving. We do have options going forward in as much as our infrastructure we have, our compactors, we could lease them, we could sell them. We have options going down the road. When we get more information, I think we'll make better decisions. But as it stands right now, it's business as usual. It's a net positive in our pocket. As we get more information, we will make these decisions. We are putting pressure on our MP. And I think we're going in the right direction without getting people too excited, because we don't have a lot of information, nor does CMO. We don't know what direction they're going to go. They don't know which direction they're going to go. Right now, they're single stream and two stream. They're just asking everybody stay kind of where they are and transition through, get everybody through the door. Once they get through the door, they'll start looking at the data better and seeing how they can improve the system.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to just circle back to the ineligible. So on page 4 of 5 of Dave's report, or page 207, the estimated cost to service non-eligible sources during transition is $1,251. So that's our 2%. So that's quite reasonable. And in fact, Dave worked hard to negotiate it down to 2%. They started much higher, if I'm not mistaken.
25 is the
They
standard.
started at 25, but we were able to prove that there was, one municipality, a small amount of garbage, one school who manages their own recycling anyway, and all of the ineligible sources were extremely limited. So we negotiated down to 2%, which was, we as in Dave did. So I think we're in good shape with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments about this? I guess my question, and I kind of think you covered this, Dave, but are we going to have to say to people, here's a change in something like, for example, styrofoam? Well, here's what happens to styrofoam today. Well, it goes in the furniture bin to McDougall, right? So is that going to change what happens to, I'm just using that as an example. Is it going to change what happens to, are we going to have to go back and modify our landfill policy to effective July 1st?
The short answer at the time is we're going to stay the same. Everything stays the same. But yes, the answer going down the road is yes. there's going to be modifications to what we accept and how we accept it. We are going to be working with CMO, and as they refine their process, we will have to toe the line the same as every other municipality in Ontario. The idea with Circular Materials is they're collecting information on where people recycle what products end up in what landfills. They're collecting that information, and they have been for a number of years. And the idea is to advantageously produce other products or recycling facilities that would best suit that area, as well as CMO is responsible for the material they make. So I know styrofoam, which we call expanded polystyrene, I believe that's what it's called. It's not part of the Blue Box program, but it's really one of those things that shouldn't really exist. It's so easy and cheap to make as a producer, pennies to make it. And how do you deal with it at the other end? You need a large amount of it to reduce down into pucks or something. So to deal with it, you're dealing with air. And as soon as you start hauling air around and moving air around and trying to compact it and that, it's so inefficient. There's alternatives out there such as mushrooms that they can grow fungus and that would act like a styrofoam.
Excuse me.
But with this Circular Materials and act that's going forward, they're trying to put more pressure on the producers that they produce it, yes, at a cheap price. Let's say all the film, like what we've seen a trend in film, which I'm sure everybody's seen. There's so much packaging of film that comes in our landfill. And it's been a big change even in 10 years. Your grocery stores, when you're going to go into the grocery stores, there's larger sections in the grocery stores that have prepackaged food, smaller packages, more wrapper on them. We have a lot less valuable metals in there. We have a lot less aluminum in there, steel in there. A lot of it's plastics and wrappers, which is problematic to recycle and deal with. Being that they're responsible to deal with that at the other end, they may change course in producing it. So if you produce it, it's a liability. It's your liability. That's the idea. So we may see some changes going down the road.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bray.
Yeah, sorry, I just had one more. So on page 39, the Blue Box material accepted in the collection system. So that's what they're proposing. What's on that chart?
Sorry,
I
page.
think yes.
Page 30, well, it's page 246 of the whole thing, but page 39 of the circular materials.
It's 247.
247.
247 in my
246.
package. Yeah.
Mine 246 on mine, so maybe I got the wrong package.
Yes, this is what we generated. So back in 2020, we generated a report through our data call, and we reported that we accepted these items.
Okay, that's what we accept.
This is what we did accept and what
Yeah.
we continue to accept. So they're required during the transition period to continue as business as usual, accept the same things we did before during our transition.
Till January 2026.
Yes.
Okay, and then, so we'll find out though, in the meantime, in that transition time, what they will accept. Is that correct? Ben?
There'll be more information down the road.
Coming.
Absolutely. I don't know how quick it's going to come, and I don't know how, because they're doing all of Ontario
Yeah.
and they have to transition every municipality. We are not necessarily driving the bus, Whitestone. You've got a lot of the bigger municipalities. So they're trying to work out all these little minutia, which I would think will come, but it may come at a slower pace. I don't think.
So these agreements that they want signed, or this agreement, is that for like the transition period?
Yes,
And then we'll do another one for,
There's going to be an option in here as well to carry on after the transition period,
Mhm.
which we can review at the time, but it's just for the transition period. It's a positive for us. It's a big positive financially.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else about recycling? Okay, if there is nothing, then we have a motion on the floor to accept the report and authorize those agreements to be signed. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's carried. So the next one, 9.4 is a quarterly building services update with building permit activity. Let's get the motion here. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report building -2024-02, which is the building services report for Q1 of 2024. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Woods. So we have our CBO with us, joined us a few minutes ago. Thank you, Jamie. Would you like to say anything to introduce your report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, a brief analysis. Since January 1st till March 31st, the municipality received 23 building permit applications, which is up 5 from last year. And the number of permits issued was 16, which is also up 5 from last year. Additionally, 2 demolition permits were issued. The revenue is up quite a bit from last year in regards to construction value. There's a lot more large full homes and cottages as opposed to garages and decks being constructed. I'm seeing a lot of growth in the municipality coming down the pipeline. I had quite a long report about the open permits, which I won't read the whole thing, but I'm very open for questions or clarification in regards to that. Other than that, just your basic activities, reviewing plans, issuing permits, consulting with applicants in regards to their upcoming development, working on some of the non-complying issues, and just getting ready for the busy season.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, Jamie, thanks for your report. It's an excellent report, probably one of the most comprehensive ones that I've seen during my 17 years on council. So I thank you for it. And I'm going to keep the lists about building permits each year and that sort of thing. So my first question is, do you need help to close some of these out, or are you capable of doing it along with yourself and whoever else on staff helps you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lamb, thank you for the appreciation for the report. The summer student that comes in during the couple months during the summer does help me out substantially with regards to administrative work, helping me organize the files, determining kind of where I need to go. With regards to getting somebody to actually help, I don't think that would be necessary. Okay. It would be, as I mentioned in my report, as properties are getting redeveloped or being sold, that's when the roll file is reviewed. And a lot of times you can determine, oh, hey, you have an open permit for your garage. So when I come to do your inspection for your deck, let's close out your garage. So it's kind of an ongoing thing. And you would have to have somebody who is hired as a building official to actually have the right, as per the Building Code Act, to go onto the property, to actually be able to be there. So I don't think that the necessity for an additional staff would be necessary at this point.
Okay, so for instance, the list that you have goes back to 2018 to 2023. Let's pick 2020. So what is it that you and the student or whoever else is helping you is doing with respect to the outstanding permits, which, you know, in many cases is 35, 40%. What is it that you're actively doing in, say, 20, for all the outstanding permits in 2020? Are you just relying on people coming in saying, oh, I finished it off now, or or is there something active that we're doing as a municipality?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lamb. The summer student last year went through all of the newly created roll files and basically put a note on the inside of the roll file saying, you know, permit B2018 for a deck is open. So that as opposed to me having to rifle through or look in another drawer, if the person at 123 Candy Lane comes and applies to build a deck, and the first thing I do when I get a new application is pull the property file and open it up. And then so right away now I know they also have that open permit for their garage. So when I issue the permit for the deck, the applicant or owner is made aware that that permit is still open, and that because I'm going to be coming to do, say, a pre-footing inspection for the deck, we might as well, while I'm there, take a look at the garage. In regards to some of the older files, I try to touch base with as many people as I can. As I mentioned in the report, there are a lot of extenuating circumstances that have slowed construction on some of these projects. As I mentioned also, like I've picked a year, every calendar year, I've picked 1 year of permits to kind of completely go through. Where, so as in last year, I did 2015 and was able to close quite a bit of them. And then the ones that remained open, they were made aware that that permit was still open, and that communication chain kind of started. So that's, I mean, if I'm going, say, next door and I know there's a permit open from 2020 in the neighboring property, I may pop my head in and take a quick look. But with the size of our municipality and the continuing development and new permits and people who are calling for inspections,
they're pretty busy.
It would be almost a waste of time if they like, because if it was, say, your exterior stairs to your deck weren't constructed yet. So if I were to drive half an hour up to the end of Wawash-Kesh to go, and nobody called for me to go there, they very well may not be constructed yet. So I've basically been, as development continues on the property, or as I continue to digitize the files and determine that, oh, hey, this permit from 2020 is still open, I'll reach out kind of as we go through the roll numbers and the drawers.
So the main concern that I have with respect to all this, and appreciate what you're doing, is are we losing out on tax dollars on these outstanding permits? For instance, you know, I put in for a garage, and it's an open permit from 2020. Have MPAC been notified, and have MPAC then come out and assessed the new building, whatever it is, right? Or is it just sitting where MPAC's not doing anything? Therefore, all the rest of the taxpayers in Whitestone are in essence being, their taxes are artificially high because these other people have outstanding permits. I don't know whether I put that right, but what's the relationship between a build of something and MPAC, even though the permit's still outstanding?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lamb, thank you. MPAC has recently changed the way that they are assessing the properties, whereas previously it was, there needed to be safe access to the house or so basically if you were supposed to have a front porch and that wasn't constructed, then they wouldn't be going in there. That has changed. And this year and near the tail end of last year, MPAC and myself have been in quite a bit of contact in regards to some of these older permits where, if occupancy has been granted and even if a final hasn't been done or it's substantially complete and they're living in there, they're going back I think 2 years they're permitted and marking it as taxable. And they've been helping out immensely as well with, they'll go and ask about certain permits and ask if they're still open and they say, oh, okay, 50% of what you sent me is actually still open. So then I reach out to the property owner and say, hey, and then they're aware that MPAC is looking into it because they probably came to the property. So that's a yes and no. Like I said, for the most part, MPAC is changing the way that they're assessing their properties. So that's starting to kind of catch up to the people who think if they just don't get final, they won't have to pay taxes on it. As well, some of these permits that are sitting, I'll say dormant, I let them know, you need a final inspection. The building code act says I can revoke a permit after X amount of months. And that's going to turn into a whole nother, for lack of a better term, headache for everyone. And usually they had a final inspection and there was 1 or 2 things that needed to get done and they did them and just never called.
Yeah.
So it's more of a mop-up inspection. So to answer your question, in regards to taxes, between myself and MPAC, I feel we are taking the correct steps to make sure that everybody's property is assessed the way it should be in regards to the structures that are on the property.
Yeah, my last question is about no permits. Like I haven't seen it, but I've heard, for instance, out on some of the back lakes, I'll call them, in our community, that people have built and never had a building permit, and you're not likely to go out and identify them and that sort of thing. Do you think there's a lot of places that don't have permits? Or I guess you'd have no way of knowing that. Eh?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lamb. It's difficult with the fact that in the earlier years, it was an unorganized township.
Yeah.
So there may be buildings there's absolutely no records of because there was no municipality or township in place at that time. In regards to, some of these back lakes like Bolger or Cashagaba, obviously, like I can't drive out there and hop in a boat and start boating around. But I have reached out to a couple of the owners on those remote lakes to try and get everybody on the same page and say, hey, A, B, and C, and D, and E, you all still have open permits. So let's all work together. And when all of you are ready for an inspection, give me a call and we'll come out and I'll just, hop from dock to dock and we'll get all this wrapped up. Because some people, like I said, they don't know that their permit is still open because they had their contractor taking care of the inspections and he said, yep, it's all good. And they paid him and he left.
Yeah.
So I'm doing everything I can to try and legalize any of these existing structures. The nice thing is that it's getting to a point now in time where some of these structures that were constructed in the unorganized time period, they're at a point where they're all getting replaced now. So some of these non-complying structures are deteriorating to the point where, that old workshop is now being replaced by a garage that has a permit and will get assessed and will get taxed. And I think the processes that have been put in place are really helping close these permits and get these properties all up to compliance and assessed the way they should be.
Yeah. Again, my final comment would be, I think you're doing a tremendous job for us. And when we get a get someone who isn't doing a tremendous job, I get calls or other people get calls, and I don't get very many calls. So I can't remember getting one. So you're doing a good job. I come back to what I initially said. If someone walked into that office and said, I'm a fully qualified chief or building officer who's looking for part-time work, would we be in our best interest to hire that person and say, your job is to close out permits? You know, your job is 6 months of working on all this. Wouldn't that be advantageous to us? Because I think there's a gob of money. You know, we talked this morning about short-term rentals where I don't think there is a gob of money. In fact, I think there's going to be a cost to all that at the end. There's a gob of money, of legitimate money that should be being paid as taxes, right? And I'm paying higher taxes in a way because they're not closed out. Nothing that, you know, you're doing a good job, but wouldn't that help us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lamb. Again, like, it would be such a, like, if I'm going to say, John Doe, you're going to go close these permits, it would be such a learning curve and trust thing for me to say, then I trust them enough that they've done the required inspection, that they're capable of doing what needs to be done. And frankly, a lot of the permits that are open, they're just simply not done. And like I said, MPAC has revised what they're doing in regards to assessing that property. And I've kind of moved back the point in construction on when they consider that a taxable structure. So I don't think that it would be beneficial for the municipality, just because it would again be someone else who needs to get familiar with the file and me having to check their work and so on and so on. So I think that the process is put in place, and the way it's kind of been, you know, you're building a garage. Like, for instance, I have an inspection next Friday about someone who didn't know their permit from 2021 was still open. And we're about to issue a permit this year for something else on the property, and we're going to close out that old permit. So,
Thank you very much for answering my questions. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for CBO? Councillor Woods?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I got one, but not necessarily about this, about the fire hall.
Yeah, okay, I was going to
Ask
give
now
you,
or you wanna
I was
wait?
going to give you, yeah, just,
Sure,
I'll give you
no
an
problem.
opportunity to do that.
Yep.
I hadn't forgotten. Trust me. Before we do that, if there are no further questions about this report, can we pass the motion, please? All those in favor to receive the report? And again, thank you very much, Jamie. It was an excellent report.
thank you, Mr.
But
Mayor.
it can't quite leave yet. A question came up for you earlier this morning when we were doing the finalizing our budget for 2021. And Councillor Woods had a question, which we said he could ask this afternoon when you were here. So go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Jamie, I just had a question. In the budget, there was $7,500 allotted towards Station 2 for an air exchange unit for some of the things in the Steinhoff report. And we were told a couple meetings ago, I asked the question, why we had to put that in there in that building. And I was just asking for the specific on why it has to go in there if that's a storage garage at the end of the day, because we don't do anything other than there except park vehicles.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Woods. Thank you for the question. So yes, the Ardbeg Fire Hall, which is the building I believe you're talking about, as per the Ontario Building Code, is considered a enclosed storage garage. So Article 6223 of the Ontario Building Code states that it shall have a mechanical ventilation system. Now, I won't go into, you know, the parts per million or everything in regards to that section. However, 6223 sentence 2 does speak about how it should be controlled automatically by carbon monoxide monitoring devices and so forth. And then it tells you to go to Appendix A of Volume 2 of the Ontario Building Code. And Appendix A speaks to the reasoning is just to protect occupants from exposure, carbon monoxide, and other vehicular exhaust fumes. And then it goes on to state, in certain cases, for smaller, such as small 2 or 3 bay storage garages that are not used for, or that are used for occasional vehicle storage and where occupants are not present, which I believe describes the Ardbeg Fire Hall. The need for the carbon monoxide monitoring devices can be omitted, provided that the system is interlocked with a local light switch. So basically, it's saying that there needs to be a mechanical ventilation system in there so that if Fire Chief Bob Whitman went up there and went in there and started up the truck and went in the back to get suited up or whatever and hit his head and fell and passed out, that there's some sort of, when he turned that light switch on, there's now a ventilation system going on so that he's not going to just be lying there on the floor while the building pumps full of CO2. Because it is a occasional occupied building, the need for the monitoring device that is required, for instance, at the fire hall down at the municipality, is not required. However, that ventilation system is still required by the Ontario Building Code for that enclosed storage garage. Just like I said, interlocked with that light switch so that when somebody goes in, somebody is in the building and they turn on the lights so that they can do what they do, there is a ventilation system that's doing what it's supposed to do.
So, okay. So how have we been getting away with it this long then?
I can't speak to previous predecessors and like that building is old.
Oh,
So it wouldn't have, it possibly may not have been a requirement when it was constructed. But at this point, I think the health and safety of our volunteer firefighters and everyone who is going to be in that building should be of concern moving forward. Like again, there's certain requirements that may not have been required at the time of construction, but in moving forward and as the building continues to be used and possibly improved in the coming years, this is something that I think should be installed so that there isn't a risk to our volunteer staff.
If I may,
guess-
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to point out that this was brought to the attention of the municipality, not necessarily our chief building official, through the Steenhoff report.
Yeah.
And that's what started the conversation and why we went and spoke with the CBO about this to see if there was, I don't think we wanted a way around safety, but what was absolutely necessary, and hopefully he's described that properly.
Yeah, I still, I'm having a hard time with it because the building's been constructed for so long. As far as I've been told, we don't have anybody training inside that building. The door gets rolled up, the truck gets started, it gets backed out. It's strictly a garage, right? There's no office space in there. There's no computers. There's no phone systems. There's nobody in there. It's like the Grange, right? Realistically, it's from what I've been told from people on the fire department, we don't do anything out there anymore.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Woods, thank you again. And I agree. I did look quite a bit into, the requirements, going to Appendix A, kind of reading between the lines of certain things in regards to it, just saying, 2 or 3 bay storage garages. And I agree, there is not a training room. There's no one constantly in there, which is why that the Appendix A section where it says where occupants are not present, the need for the monitoring devices can be omitted. So like I said, the need for a automatic device to kick on is not required because nobody is ever in there. It's strictly just there needs to be a system interlocked with that light switch so that when, and I understand like common sense, somebody comes in, they roll up the door, they start the car, they do their thing. When it comes to health and safety, you can't take common sense into consideration. So basically, like the example I gave, there needs to be something where when you turn on the lights in that building so that you can do what you have to do. Something is happening so that God forbid anything happened to someone for the brief time period that they were in that building and the truck was running, they wouldn't be exposed to exhaust fumes that could be potentially hazardous to their health. So the need for a lot of the requirements as per section 6223 of the building code are exempt because of the fact that it's not continually occupied and nobody's in there. But there is still the requirement for enclosed storage garages to have some sort of mechanical ventilation system for when somebody is in there. So
Okay,
I hope that kind of
yeah, I
clarifies.
sure works. I know there was another part in there with the Steinhoff report that I don't agree with. The ventilation, the stink pipe for the sink, saying it has to be vented outside. I could see if we were doing improvements in there, then yeah, that would be changed, but the way that it's at, it should be acceptable under the building code.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and again, I only briefly read parts of that report as they were presented to me. But that being said, I can't go into a building and say, the Ontario Building Code has changed, so now you need to update your systems or whatnot. But when it comes to, there is part 11, which speaks to the renovations of existing buildings. So again, if improvements were planned for that, then certain aspects of the existing structure may have to be brought up to code. In not having completely read the section that you're speaking to, my only guess would be they're just speaking to the health and safety of what the building code says and for occupants in there. But again, we have spoken about how it's not a continually occupied building. That bathroom is maybe being used once a month, if that. So again, like, I'm not going to go into the Ardbeg Fire Hall and say, this doesn't meet the 2020 or 2012 building code. You need to change this, you need to change this. However, I do feel that the ventilation system is of utmost importance in regards to keeping our volunteer staff and Fire Chief Bob Whitman, just in case something ever did happen, that the correct systems are in place to ensure that nothing detrimental happens. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything further about the fire hall? All right, then, thank you, Jamie, for responding to that question. I guess
Thank you,
we'll
Mr.
keep-
Mayor. Thank you, Council.
I guess we'll keep going. Number 9.5 is a planning services report. And again, it's a quarterly statistical report for planning, our planning activity from our planning assistant. Could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report PLN-2024-02, Planning Services 2021 Q1. Mover and seconder? So Councillor Woods is moving and Councillor Bray is seconding. And I'll ask our planning assistant if she wants to introduce her report, please.
Yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The planning services statistics is for Q1 for 2024. There was 4 consent applications, 1 zoning bylaw amendment, and 1 shore road allowance. We received invoices from our municipal planners from January 1st to March 31st. One of them was a recoverable item and the other 2 were non-recoverable. And the total planning revenue from January 1st to March 31st is $6,918.07. And that includes the application fees and payment of any outstanding invoices.
Okay, thank you. Questions about this report?
Good report. Short and sweet.
Short and sweet, yes. Okay, well, thank you very much. If there aren't any, then I will call the question on receiving it. Thank you. That is carried. So 9.6. And this is the fire and rescue report, and I can see that our fire chief is monitoring things because his face has just popped up on the Zoom screen. And he's down in the fire hall because they're doing some servicing on our fire vehicles. So, Bob, we'll get to you in a second. Again, I'll put the motion that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report fire -2024-01, which is a quarterly report for the fire and rescue service. Can I get a mover and seconder? And Councillor Woods moves. Is there a seconder? Councillor Lamb. Thank you. We've got that on the floor. Would you like to introduce your report, Mr. Fire Chief?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. This is the first time I've done this one. Typically, we do them at the end of the year, but apparently council wanted them done quarterly like everybody else. So this is the first one. So if you have any questions, I can answer them. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Wasn't overly busy in Q1, but I'm sure it's going to get busier. So if you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
All right, thank you very much. And we're now, for everybody's benefit, we're now, as Bob said, this is the first time he was previously doing annual ones, and we thought that since our other reports from departments are quarterly, that this one should be quarterly, and we let council keep up to date on what is
it's good.
happening out there and what the calls for service are. So thank you to Bob for working on this, and we'll expect another one after the 30th of June. Any questions about this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Bob, good report, and I'm glad to see this report. So
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, can I call the question on the report, to receive the report then, please? Thank you very much. That is carried. And that brings us then to the next section of which is bylaws of our agenda. So the first one that we have, and this is one that we talked about earlier, we had a public meeting for, and it's a zoning bylaw in connection with the in connection with the Lamoureux property. I forgot this, right? Yes. Okay, so I'll read the suggested motion that bylaw number 20-2024 being a bylaw for a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone part 1 on plan 42R-22136 from the waterfront residential 2 zone to the rural residential zone. The applicants are Lori and Paul Lamoureux, is hereby passed this 21st day of May 2024. I need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Bray. Thank you. It's on the floor for discussion, if any. You can see the bylaw there. It's pretty simple and straightforward. Anything? Okay, I guess we do a recorded vote for these, Madam Clerk. Am I
Yes,
right?
this is a planning related matter, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. That's that one. And the next one is 10.2, which is a bylaw to close and stop up an original shore road allowance on Wawashkesh. So we get the motion for you. That bylaw number 21-2024, being a bylaw to close and stop up that part of the original shore road allowance along the shores of Wawashkesh Lake in front of lot 27, concessions 5 and 6 in the geographic township of Mackenzie, now the municipality of Whitestone, designated as parts 1 to 9, plan 42R-22407, and to sell parts 1 to 9, plan 42R-22407, to Gordon and Gabrielle Bennett, James and Deborah McElwee, and James and Catherine Muncy, is hereby passed this 21st day of May, 2024. Who will move that? Okay, we'll take Councillor Bray and Councillor Woods. So there's a application with the history of this, and then there is the bylaw itself. Any questions about this or comments? If not, are you ready for the question? Yes. All right, once again, we'll call the roll.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Thank you very much. So that one is carried. And that brings us then to 10.3, which is another shore road allowance on the Magnetawan River in the township of Burton. Here's the motion that bylaw 22-2024, being a bylaw to close and stop up that part of the original shore road allowance along the shores of the Magnetawan River in front of lot 39, concession 14 in the geographic township of Burton, now the municipality of Whitestone, designated as parts 2 and 3, plan 42R-22427, and to sell parts 2 and 3, plan 42R-22427, to Scott Croucher, Martha Croucher, Holly Cornell Croucher, and Laura Landray, is hereby passed this 21st day of May 2024. Mover and seconder. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Woods. Thank you. This is now open for discussion or comment, if any. Once again, I will ask then, are you ready for the question? The D questions. Did you have a question, Councillor Bray? Oh, okay. All right.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Counselor. Yes, it is carried indeed. Thank you. That's 10.3. That one. All right. So we got some more. Number 10.4, which is a status of conditions of approval with respect to an application from the Gories, from Carol Gorey. Okay, so here's the motion that bylaw number 23-2024, being a bylaw to enter into an agreement for conditions of approval of consent, B22/2023. Carol Marjorie Gorey is hereby passed this 21st day of May 2024. Mover and seconder. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Woods. Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions on this one? You have the conditions in front of you, the report, and the consent agreement. Okay. All right, I guess we can call a question on that one, Madam CIO.
We will. We got a little out of order last time, so I'm starting with Councillor Lamb again. To get
Yes.
back into order, Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
and Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 10.5. Again, approval of agreement for conditions of approval of consent. Heather Heisey and Susan Mannery are the applicants. Mover and seconder that bylaw number 24-2020 being a bylaw to enter into an agreement for conditions of approval of consent, B57/2022. Applicants are Heather Heisey and Susan Mannery, is hereby passed this 21st day of May 2024. We're in seconder. Councillor Woods. Seconder, Councillor Bray. Any comments or questions on this one? Okay, I guess we'll call the question. CIO?
Thank you, Councillor
Clerk?
Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
and Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Okay. So that's this one. Next one, 10.6. Again, an agreement for conditions of approval of consent for the Dupreys, which is on Warmer Lake, I believe. Mover and seconder that bylaw number 25-2024 being a bylaw to enter into an agreement for conditions of approval of consent, B36/2022 W. The applicants are Brent and Rhoda Dupre, is hereby passed this 21st day of May, 2024. Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Any questions or comments on this one? Okay, I guess we'll call the question. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
and Mayor Conry.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion is carried.
thank you. Okay. That one. 6. Sorry for all the paper shuffling, folks. I'm trying not to get these papers out of order. Okay, so that brings us to 10.7, which is a bylaw to enter into an agreement with Circular Materials Ontario that we talked about a bit earlier. Mover and seconder that bylaw 26/2024 being a bylaw to authorize an agreement between the municipality of Whitestone and Circular Materials Ontario is hereby passed this 21st day of May 2024. We'll move that. Councillor Ray moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Okay, are you ready for the question? I think we can just put our hands up for this one, can't we? Yeah. Yeah, all right. That's carried. Thank you. And the next one is 10.8, which is the lease agreement between the municipality of Whitestone and West Waste Connections of Canada. Mover and seconder that bylaw 27/2024 being a bylaw to enter a lease agreement between the municipality of Whitestone and Waste Connections of Canada, Inc. is hereby passed this 21st day of May 2024. Again, Councillor Bray is moving and Councillor Woods is seconding. All those in favor of that motion, please indicate. 2 is carried. That's 10.8. Okay, 10.9. Bylaw 28/2024, which is the bylaw to adopt the estimates of all sums required. Mover and seconder that bylaw 28/2024 being a bylaw to adopt the estimates of all sums required during the year and to adopt the rates of taxation for year 2024 is hereby passed this 21st day of May 2024.
Ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay. Recorded vote. Are you ready for the vote? Okay, Madam CIO or Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
No.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. And 10.10 is mover and seconder that bylaw 29-2024 being a bylaw to approve the submission of an application and, sorry? Did I- Huh? 10:09. You're right. We missed that. We voted for it.
That's an
That's what
important
happens
one.
when I try to go too quick, try to speed the process up too fast, right? Okay, so we need a mover and seconder that bylaw 28-2024 being a bylaw to adopt the estimates of all sums required during the year and to adopt the rates of taxation for year 2024 is hereby passed this 21st day of May, 2024. Can I now get a mover and seconder? Councillor Lamb is moving, seconded by Councillor Bray, thank you. And once again, we did have a recorded vote, and I'm guessing that
We will redo the
we're
recorded
going to
vote
redo it.
for procedure purposes. Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Nope.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried. Thank you, Deputy Clerk.
Oh, thank you. We got the same outcome, by the way. So there's at least some consistency here. All right. So this particular one is well, this is for long-term financing of certain capital works. The suggested motion is that bylaw 29-2024 being a bylaw to approve the submission of an application and to authorize entering into a rate offer letter agreement between the municipality of Whitestone and Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation is hereby passed this 21st day of May, 2024. The mover and seconder for this one, please. Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Does everyone understand what it is we're doing here? You need a
Brief
word?
explanation, please.
Hmm?
A brief explanation.
From our treasurer then perhaps, or Manish, would you just explain to people why we're doing this?
Through you, Mayor. This is our debenture loan we are applying with the Ontario for fire truck. The amount of the loan will be 295,000.
And
And the term?
The term is most possibly you're going to take a tap for 15 years. It has not been decided by OLC at this moment.
What's the interest rate, do we know?
I'm still waiting for the approval of the loan. It has not been confirmed yet.
not confirmed.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments about this? Now that we've got our picture taken with it, we got to pay for it, I guess. Okay, if there's nothing further, I call it is moved and seconded. Will I call the question then? All those in favor? Okay, that motion is carried. And that brings us to the end of business matters, sorry, to the end of bylaws. We have left to go some. Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. We have yet to go some business matters and our correspondence and so on, but would you like to take a break for a minute or two? Short break for. All right. I think. Okay, thank you, everybody. We are back from our short recess. It's 2:57 p.m. And the recording is turned back on. We're in business matters, section 11 of the agenda. The first one, 11.1, is appointment of a council member to the Community Safety and Well-Being Plan Leadership Council. And here's the suggested motion: that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memorandum of Michelle Hendry, CAO Clerk, entitled Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, Appointment to Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan Leadership Council, and that the following member of council is hereby appointed to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan Leadership Council. And there's a blank space there. So I guess before we get the motion on the floor, what we should probably do is decide who is going to do this. Is this Councillor Bray? Is this your in your wheelhouse or no?
Well, it is actually, but, and I would be happy to do it because I have a passion for this and was part of the committee that worked on how to go about the report. And I have ideas that I would certainly like to see us work on, but I have 5 committees. I'd be happy to do this if I could give up, not give up, but if I could step down from maybe the environmental stewardship, since we already have a counselor there, and do this. I don't know. It's just that it's hard for me to do 6. This month is a bad month because every one of my committees had a meeting. So I had 5 meetings. So I'm not sure where we go with that, but I would certainly be interested in it because it is an area I'm concerned, I'm interested in.
Okay, is there any comments from anybody else?
Unless there's someone else who would like to do this, like if there is.
Yeah, I think that's my feeling too.
I mean, I'm still interested in the Environmental Stewardship Committee as well, and would certainly, I've already done things there. So, but I'd be happy to continue there in sort of not a formal thing. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be at the meeting, but I just meant I could I'm sure I could volunteer for some of the activities, hopefully. Anyways.
All right, so are we going to, so I see filling the blank space in with Councillor Bray, or in this resolution, are we going to add and that Councillor Woods replace Councillor Bray on the Environmental Stewardship Committee? Is that?
I think technically, Mr. Mayor, you need a voting reconsideration for the appointment of Councillor Bray to the Environmental Committee. And that's not to say that Councillor Woods couldn't attend without actually being officially appointed, but it'll take a couple of meetings to manage that resolution. So I would suggest we simply appoint Councillor Bray to this committee. Now, as far as I know, there's only one other municipality that's actually appointed someone to the Leadership Council. So it's not quite started yet. Our CAO group knows that it needs to get started, and it's probably two meetings a year. with a little bit of extra volunteer work on the side. So that's about all I know in terms of this particular committee, or they're calling it a leadership council.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess we'll accept our clerk's advice here with this. And just if that's okay, who would like to move this? Counselor Lamb's going to move, seconded by Counselor Woods. Thank you. We ready then for the question? All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's carried. So now we have an appointment to the Committee of Adjustment. It's 11.2. And I'll read the motion that for the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memorandum from Paula Macri, Planning Assistant, entitled Council Member Appointment to the Committee of Adjustment, and that Councillor Brian Woods is hereby appointed as Council Representative to the Committee of Adjustment for the year 2024. Well, okay, I'll get a mover and seconder first, then I have a question if nobody else has. Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by Councillor Lamb. My question is, I thought Councillor Woods was already the council representative. Why are we doing this?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you like to speak to this, Paul, or would you like me to? Okay. The Planning Act says the Committee of Adjustment comprises, or it says Section 44 of the Planning Act, term of office. The members of the committee who are not members of a municipal council shall hold the office for the term of council that appointed them. And the members of the committee who are members of a municipal council shall be appointed annually. And I have to admit, this isn't something that we've paid close attention to in the past. So we're just getting better at procedurally doing it the right way.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know that. I thought it was a term of council. But anyway. All right. So, any other discussion about this one? So it's no change, at least from what we're already doing. Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. Okay. Well, we're on a roll with committee appointments. 11.3, appointment to Community Emergency Management Program Committee. All right, that the Council for the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memorandum from Michelle Hendry, CAO Clerk, Community Emergency Management Program Committee, and that the following positions as identified and described in the Whitestone Emergency Plan are hereby appointed to the Community Emergency Management Program Committee. So the CEMC, which is the Community Emergency Management Coordinator, and that is Kathy Whitman, correct? Am I right?
Yes.
And the alternate
Yes.
CEMC, who is the committee chairperson, is John Stuthers.
Correct.
And the council member representative is the mayor. And the information officer is who?
Is Eva Fincham.
Eva?
So I just want it clear, we're not appointing individuals, we're just appointing
Oh,
positions. That's the importance of the way the resolution is written. So if,
okay, so you mean we're deciding what positions we want to be on the committee, but we're not appointing people to it?
yes, we're deciding what positions, which are represented in the emergency plan, so that the whole emergency management group is not on this committee. It's kind of a subcommittee of that group. We don't need everyone there. 2 meetings a year to work with the CEMC on ensuring that we're being helpful. If there's anything she needs in terms of being able to make sure the management plan moves forward. So we've decided that we're creating a smaller group that's a little bit more intimate and able to move quickly through any of the issues, which I don't think there will be, but it is a requirement of the legislation to have this committee. And that's why we're appointing positions. So, you know, if there's changes in any of these positions, you know, my sense is the CAO will always be the liaison officer. You know, if for some reason we get a new CEO at the library, I don't want to give examples like that because it's not fair to the person, but you're always just appointing the position, not the person. And that way the committee stands solid with whoever takes on that position through the emergency plan. I think Councillor Bray maybe explained it a bit better than I.
No, you did a great job. It just means that you don't have to reappoint people if a position changes. Those positions are there and whoever gets appointed to them is the person. So you don't have to keep coming back to this again and again to reappoint new names if you just have positions. It's more nimble.
Okay, so excuse me for not checking this out, but does this mean, is this at odds with what's in the plan that we approved, the emergency management plan? Are there other, because there are other positions there in that?
There are other positions in the emergency management plan, but this emergency, sorry, I just need to find the resolution.
Well, sorry, it doesn't, I'm just wondering if there's, if
No,
we
it's
set
not-
out
it's-
the positions for that in the plan
Yeah.
and this is.
It's
now
not at odds
requires-
with the plan is what
It
I.
doesn't require an amendment to the
No,
plan.
no,
That's
the
all I'm
plan,
asking you.
it doesn't require amendment to the plan.
Okay, well, sorry, I don't want to make it any more complicated than it is.
No,
I'm
it just,
trying to-
it
I'm
just
trying to
requires
understand.
that these positions be appointed. And council may recall, we already appointed the committee chair and we appointed the mayor as representative. It's a little bit redundant here, but this particular resolution combines all of the people that be part of this Community Emergency Management Program Committee, and instead of all of the people that might be part of the emergency management group.
There's the list, see? So your attachment A.
That's correct, but those folks weren't appointed through the, hold on. Let me just take a moment
Community
here.
Emergency Management Program Committee. Is that not what we're talking about here?
That's correct. That was my resolution, or that was my recommendation, but the actual resolution read differently back in February. It simply appointed the chair.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I see where you're going with that. Yes.
Okay, sorry, yeah. Never mind, not to worry. Okay. Okay, so are we, oh, no, we need a mover and seconder then for this motion. And again, it's that those 6 positions be appointed to the committee. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Woods. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's carried. Okay, community measures. So 11.4 is the investiture of Ashigaba Dam and correspondence from the district manager of MNRF. That the suggested motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the letter dated March 20th, 2024 from Adam Wakefield, District Manager, Bracebridge, Minden, Parry Sound District, Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, in respect to a status update on the municipality of Whitestone's progress on a discussion for a commitment such as a council resolution to assume ownership of the Cashagaba Lake Dam. And that the council of the municipality of Whitestone does hereby agree to enter into an agreement with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry for the purposes of the municipality assuming ownership and responsibility for the Cashagaba Lake Dam. Is there a mover and seconder for this? Are you getting ready to put your hand up, Councilor Woods? now? Well, I would move it, but if there's no support for it, then I think at this stage, we simply would have to move on to the next item. And unfortunately, I don't think if there's a resolution that we can have too lengthy a discussion about it. Yeah.
Well, I guess, I think you get the feeling probably where it's going, so that's the question, is how we best get there, right? I don't necessarily think that ignoring it.
Through you, Mayor Comrie, my suggestion, if there is no appetite for this, that the message that you would send to the MNR is that the motion is defeated. If the motion is not moved and seconded, and therefore there's no discussion, it does leave a gap in terms of the finality of the answer that you may want to provide to MNRF. Now, I may want to remind council, I'm sure you know this, back in November, the ministry, released a notice that the government was investing 22 million to construct 6 dams across the province, one of them being the Cashagaba Lake Dam in Whitestone.
It was
I
in the
think you're
$2
right.
million range,
Yeah.
I believe,
Yeah.
yeah. And that's simply because of the inaccessibility of the place. Everything's got to be airlifted in there or. Yeah.
Mhm.
I think the mayor said he would make the motion. I second the motion for discussion. That's the best way to go.
Well, that's maybe. Well, I guess I wouldn't mind for a minute since we just, there's a couple of other comments about it, but so are you, so Councillor Woods is moving. Are you seconding for, all right, thank you. So that opens, thank you. That opens the floor to have some discussion and, because otherwise, as you say, as the CIO says, we don't have anything that we could report back to them. And I can't see how we would sort of revisit it again, I guess, but anyway. So who wants to go first? Okay, Councillor Ray, I'll take you first. Yeah. Put your hand up first.
Yeah, I guess my question is if the MNRF wants to get rid of it, why? And because it is so remote and hard to get to, then why would we want to take that on? Because it's still going to be remote, it's still going to be hard to get to, and it's going to be quite costly in the long run. Not right away, if they redo it and it's good for, I can't remember how many years it was in the report, but eventually the municipality will have to take care of it. And I don't know if that's, I guess we need to discuss is it possible for us to do that? Or is it something that would be overly burdensome for the municipality?
Okay, those are good questions. I don't know. I do have a number of comments. I could answer them for you, but Councillor Woods, you wanted to say something. Did you have any?
Sure, I remember when they gave the presentation, I had asked the question, what advantage is it to Whitestone to take it over? And they couldn't give us an answer, right? I mean, if it blows out and they own it, they have to fix it. If it blows out, well, they don't have to fix it, but they told us that they would have to fix it if it blew out during that meeting. Specifically asked them that.
Well,
If it blows out, they're not saying that they have to go fix it right away, but they said that they would have to fix it because they own it. Right? If it blows out and we have it, we could never afford to fix it.
yeah, okay. I'll be honest, I don't remember them ever saying that, but if you go back and take a look at the EA, the environmental assessment that was done, the question was asked, what happens? This kind of gets at the question of why the MNR wants to divest themselves, but anyway, of it. But what happens if it goes? And they said we would not do anything. Why? Because no one would be harmed by it other than the ratepayers who happen to be on Bolger and Cashagaba, who, because the water level would go down substantially, and for starters, they would not be able to get into Cashagaba from Bolger Landing without portaging. So they took the position that they were just going to let it go, right? Now, is it likely going to disappear? I don't think so, but it's deteriorating quite a bit, and that was again in the EA. There's pictures of it and so on. The reason they want to divest it is that they have in MNR territory, they have several hundred dams, and most of them are not control dams. That's like this one. They are investing in the control dams, but they're not investing in these. And if they're not critical to a large number of ratepayers who are going to put public pressure on the government, or there's going to be some downstream effects, people down below are going to get flooded, or it's going to be some environmental disaster or whatever. So that's the position that they originally took. I guess the only other thing I would say to you is that we already own another dam, which is also remote, the Wawashkesh Dam. It's 3 times the size of this one. And, again, it hasn't cost us anything so far. But it is, down the road, eventually we will perhaps have to do some maintenance on it. And we are responsible for the safety boom and the signage and some of the other things. You have to have a dam management plan and so on. So, and by the way, the MNR was pretty good. I should just tell you this little story, which after we took ownership of the dam, the log boom, which was there, which was a 40-year-old made out of cedar logs with plastic wrap around the, plastic pieces around them. In the spring, it got washed down the river. It broke and the whole bunch of it was gone. And when that happened, I actually called the MNR guys at High Falls, who are the sort of technical crew that looks after this. And I said, we got a problem, right? And they said, well, okay, we can help you. We have some sections of tough boom. And what they did was they arranged to bring them out with a workboat. And my brother and I went, and 3 guys from the MNR, and we installed a new safety boom on a Saturday, the 5 of us. And those sections are 15 sections of tough boom. You can look it up. It's a product comes out of Ohio. $2,000 US landed cost in Canada. They had them in the yard at High Falls, and they donated them to us as a gesture of goodwill. And by the way, all the stainless steel connectors and anchors in the rock and everything. So it was otherwise the municipality of Whitestone would have been on the hook for that. Total cost was a tank of gas. Anyway. So I don't know. We also have one other dam, which is the dam between Gooseneck and Washkash. And I know we're getting a flag waved at me, but one of these days we're going to have to do something about that. And it's in the same category as the Cashagaba one. If it goes out, they're not going to fix it. It's too small. And mind you, it's easy to fix, but they're not going to do it. Okay, I am done.
So get it, if I could, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor, wouldn't they have to fix that one? Because it'd be, if the one blew on Ald's Road, isn't that gonna wash out roads and properties and access to people's properties? And there's a lot of people there.
Yeah, but you're assuming.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
that's
no.
specific infrastructure, municipal infrastructure. It's a road, right? Like there's no way to get to the properties there.
Yeah, and they'd say that's your municipal road. You guys.
Yeah, but your dam
Fix
blew
it.
it up. It's just
I-
like if my beaver dam on my property blew out our road, you guys would come after me. That's a guarantee.
I don't think you got that one right, I'm afraid, but go ahead, Councillor Lamb.
I don't see what's in it for us. When the gentleman came, presentation, I asked him whether there was any imminent danger or anything like that. He said no. Things gonna blow out in the next 2 to 5 years. I remember. They also have committed that as part of the project that I can imagine what would happen if I owned a property up there. And for some reason, we decided we're not gonna take it over, and they didn't do that work, which is good for 100 years. I imagine the liability that may come with that, having said they've approved it, and then they don't do it, and something happens. So it was good for 100 years. Why are we kind of worrying about it? Why do we, I don't look back at 212 and a letter signed by Ken Wiley on behalf of Chris Armstrong, all it says is in principle. When they make a motion, I asked the CAO whether there was a motion. Well, there was a motion passed by council at that time, and it wasn't. So nothing's affected unless it goes through council. Other than I don't remember actually the discussion of why Ken sent that letter. It should have
Oh.
been some verbal discussion. at council.
There was a presentation to council.
But there was a motion passed by council. It just, it wasn't, there was, it just said we would consider it. It didn't say we would do it.
Well, I asked to get a copy of the motion, was told there was no motion.
We
I thought you
couldn't,
provided it to me, didn't you?
I provided you a copy of the letter.
No, but there
Yeah.
was,
There was no motion at council.
when this report came up previously, there was a different letter from this one.
I don't know. I got the
I
letter.
was-
on
okay.
Friday or whatever it was.
I'll-
Signed by Tim. And I said, where's the motion that directed Tammy to send that letter or any motion? And I got told there was no motion. Staff wasn't able to find any motion.
I'll look for it. I think there is one. I'll look for it.
Oh, well, I don't know. I can only go on what the story. So, I don't
Yeah.
see what's in it. Kind of like Toronto said, I'll fix the 401 if you'll take it over, right? Well, yeah, they own it, they have to fix the 401, right? I see this in the same light, and I see nothing that is in our interest to encumber taxpayers for 50 or 100 years from now with something that's enormous that we can't afford, as Council would say. So I'm not in support of this. I don't know what to say, but I'm just not in support. And looking back at Wawashek and that, I was on council when we did that, and I somewhat questioned our decision as to why we did that, why we took it over. Eventually, again, that's going to be an enormous thing that all we're going to be doing is go back to the province and say, we can't afford $20 million, but we need help, right? So I question what we did back then, but we did it. So I don't want to add to what we did, but I just don't think it's in our
Okay, are there any, Councillor Bray?
Yeah, just to add to that, I could understand Mawashkesh because you can actually get to it. You can drive materials to a landing and you can take materials up to that dam. But for Kashagaba Dam, like the enormous cost to get materials or anything, or to get people in there to even look at it, is going to be costly. And I think that the MNRF have a lot more resources to be able to do those kinds of things than our municipality. Thanks.
Okay, I guess the only other thing I can tell you is that I did convey what I kind of thought was the sentiment that some of you are expressing to the minister a year ago. And said, you know, somehow or other, we need to, I think the council is going to be concerned about the sort of open-endedness of this. And anyway, the announcement did take place in November, basically said, yeah, we're going to do it. And I thought, okay, maybe that's their way of saying we're going to build it anyway. But clearly the staff within the civil servants within the ministry have this idea because they have where they put these projects on their list of priorities depends on if they're going to be able to divest them or not. So does it mean that they're not ever going to rebuild it? I don't know. Does it mean, I don't know how our acceptance of their request or refusal of it affects the decision-making. And neither does all I can tell you is neither does anybody else that I've talked to. So I don't know where this, but for me, I think this is not like the old days when, you know, you could look at every 20 or 30 years as a new project. This is more like 75 to 100 years. And maybe it all, you know, it doesn't need to be replaced if it's done properly. It might need to be refaced or something, but anyway, I think there's nothing else that to be said. Nothing else I can say to convince you otherwise. So I guess we should call the question, and I will ask for a recorded vote.
Mayor Conley, if I could just add one other thing, and I know members of council have all read the letter. It does say MNR will continue to request funding for the construction of this project and will proceed with construction upon receipt of a supporting resolution regarding the municipality's intention to assume ownership of the dam. That's what's in the letter. It's certainly somewhat different than the conversation we had when Mohammed Khan was here, where it wasn't clear that that was actually a requirement. So I know that's not going to change council's mind, but that's what this particular person, the district manager, has said. So I just wanted to bring that to council's attention.
We do also, as you've seen, have a letter on file from the Magnatowan Pioneers saying, please, you know, support this project and agree to take it over. By the way, that came in about a year ago now, in the term of this council, and it was put into correspondence, so you saw it.
But it's not right to get any kind of like fear mongering going on here with respect to this dam. It seems like you're slipping into this sort of, oh my God, we don't take it over, they're not going to do the work, it's in jeopardy, you know, everyone's going to be like, that isn't the case. I asked whoever presenting whether there was any imminent dam, you know, imminent catastrophe that was going to happen. So Rick said absolutely not. So
No, I don't believe there is. Yeah,
it isn't
just
fair to label this that we didn't take it over. You know, there are washouts and province who own the thing aren't ever going to do anything about it. You're all going to be on your own and all that kind of stuff. That isn't right. That isn't accurate.
Well, I'm sorry, the problem is that it leaks. So the levels if in a dry summer, the level gets down to the point where you have to pull your way through the Bolger Creek to get from Bolger to Kashigama. Right now you don't. If you went there, there's lots of water in there. Some people are complaining about the fact they don't have enough shore, some of their shoreline is underwater, but it's the opposite problem that's the concern, not the, because as it deteriorates, it will leak more. And eventually it'll get to where the Washkish Dam was
Mr. Mayor,
when it was replaced.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I think you might have, how long's that dam been there? The Kashigaba Dam?
Well, the current one was refurbished, quote unquote, using local materials and local, so the concrete's not very good, but it was done. Oh, Bob, what's his name? Did it? It was I would say about 25 or so years ago, maybe. It was a local project that the people on.
But was there one there
Kashigama.
previous to that, or was that like a new?
Oh,
build
no,
kind
it's
of
been
thing?
there. It's been there since logging days.
Okay.
There's been a dam there. But but before that, it was all wood. Now it's concrete and wood. Well, there's some wood in it, wood and concrete. Anyway, so are you ready for the question? Will we? Yeah. So if you don't want to, you would have to vote against the motion, I would say, right? Madam Clerk, are you?
Thank you, Mayor Comrie. Councillor Woods,
No.
Councillor Bray,
No.
Councillor Lamb. Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is defeated.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a motion. Sorry. To reconsider. And this one had to do with the Farley's Road boat launch. So I will read you the motion. Whereas Councillor Lamb is requesting that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone reconsider resolution number 2023-364 passed by council on July 18th, 2023 in respect to the following. Now therefore be it resolved that resolution number 2023-364 from the July 18th, 2023 regular council meeting be revised to read as follows with the changes shown in red and italics below. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information memorandum Farley's Road boat launch general public use and no change to that. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approves the use of the Farley's Road boat launch for shared use between the deeded access properties and public parking. And the words day use only in front of public parking have been removed or are proposed to be removed. And that staff be requested to install signage to designate the two distinct parking areas as soon as practical. No change to that. And that the current bylaw being, and it's numbered 38-2016, being a bylaw. Oh, sorry. Okay. That's being, the number of the current bylaw has been changed. I guess that was a mistake before, was it?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I wouldn't have corrected it because I would have considered it administrative, but since we're doing a reconsideration, I did correct and put the right bylaw number in there.
So anyway, the proper number for the bylaw is 38-2016, and that is a bylaw to regulate traffic, that's our traffic bylaw, regulate traffic and to govern and control the parking of vehicles in the municipality of Whitestone. Be updated to reflect the above references direction of council. And whereas resolution number 2023-364 was passed by a recorded vote whereby Councillor Lamb was the mover of the motion and voted in the affirmative. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby moves to reconsider resolution number 2023-364 at the regular council meeting of June 18th, 2024. So is there a mover for, I know it sounds complicated, but so Councillor Lamb's going to move it. Who's seconding it? Oh, Councillor Bray is seconding it. All right, thank you. Any questions or discussion about this? Can everybody understand what we're doing? Councillor Lamb?
Some point, not in the next 6 months, we gotta do this reconsideration. Gotta look at what we created, because this is a monster. If you want to change some little thing, it takes like 3 months to reconsider it and put it on an agenda and then do it. It just seems too long, I guess. But anyway, yeah, I'll move it, obviously, in support. Makes it consistent with all our
Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick question. So where we stroked out the day use only, are any of our other areas like that where you're only allowed to be there for day use, or is it, can you park overnight or not overnight? I know there's no camping in the parking areas that I get, but other launches, parking areas, are you allowed to park there overnight?
Yes. It's
Well, originally.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
all,
right? They're
it's all, there's no restriction.
Okay.
This one was the oddball one. So to line it up in our new traffic bylaw, it made sense. And frankly, people may have an island property and be using the, and not have deeded access, but be using that parking area and will clearly want to stay overnight.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, because I was a little
That's
confused with that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so any other questions or comments about it? All right, all those in favor of this motion to reconsider, thank you. Yeah, I think we have that one. All right. What is this now? Okay, the next item is 11. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna take this. $11.6. So this is a request from McKellar. And it is the one that Councillor Ray recused herself on. Item number 11.6. Here's the motion. Whereas the Council for the Township of McKellar has for several years carried resolutions to write off taxes for the McKellar Dunchurch pastoral charge. And whereas the McKellar Dunchurch United Church serves both the Township of McKellar and the municipality of Whitestone. And whereas the Council for the Township of McKellar has requested that both the Township of McKellar and the municipality of Whitestone evenly split the property taxes of the manse. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council for the municipality of Whitestone agrees to evenly split the property taxes of the McKellar Dunchurch pastoral charge manse located at 2 Lakeshore Road, McKellar. So that is the motion. I think this might be in the category of the Kashigaba Dam, in the sense that if we do not put the motion on the floor and nobody moves it, then there's no response to it. So I don't know whether it's in our interest to have a mover and seconder for discussion and let people vote as they wish, but Would that be your advice, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you may want to make note that I believe Councillor Nash has joined the meeting by telephone.
Oh, good.
Councillor Nash, that is you. I think I recognize the phone number.
Yes, Michelle. Yeah, I've just joined on now.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Welcome.
Okay, I see, you're right. Okay, well, I'll move it for discussion. And Councillor Woods is seconding it, it looks like. All right, thank you. Councillor Lamb moves, Councillor Woods second. Just in case anybody's confused about this, I'll just tell you that church properties themselves are not subject to tax in Ontario. But a manse, which is a separate residence at a separate location, is. A manse being the residence of the pastor, where the pastors live. Pastors in this case, because it's the folks that you know here from this church down the road. Anyway, so that's why this came up. And anyway, comments. Councillor Lamb.
This has come to council, I don't know what year, many years ago already. Essentially happened here was that the church here, I think there's a church in Keller too.
Yes, there's 2 church buildings.
There was, all of man, whatever it's called, Canning. I'm gonna say 10 years ago, 8 years, but somewhere in there. It was sold because the pastor was living in it and he had bequeathed it to the hired pastor to live in there as long as he was alive. Then the church got it sold.
Yeah.
They got the proceeds from that, as far as I know. And I don't know whatever happened to those proceeds. And the man's is a house that I take it. This is the question, are they, is it a rental property or is it owned by the church?
I honestly don't know the status of it, who actually owns it, but.
Because if it's an asset, growing in value, like it's not connected. Oh, sorry.
Unfortunately, Janice is outside and she would know the answer to this, but I don't. I think she would know.
Our deputy clerk will pop out and ask the question.
Well, my second question.
She doesn't need to leave, really. She just can't participate in the discussion.
Test, sorry about
Yeah,
that.
you're back on.
Yeah, sorry. My second question is this is just a decision by the McKellar Council, not necessarily a mandatory thing. Like this is optional for them to either charge them the taxes or not charge them, correct?
No,
But like the church is exempt, and as our church is exempt from taxes, but the manse itself, whether owned or otherwise, council from McKellar has had to make a decision to relieve them of the taxes. They could just as well say, no, you are paying the taxes.
Yeah.
Is that right?
yeah, the taxes, yeah. that's
Yeah,
correct.
it was a decision that they made, a
Yeah.
voluntary decision. Okay.
That would be correct.
Pardon me, Councillor Lamb, I think this answers our question. If you'll notice in the agenda package, there's a copy of the tax bill and it does say United Church of Canada. So that they would be the owners of the property.
So they own the property,
United Church owns the property, yes.
which eventually they will reap the benefits of, right? And McKellar has made a voluntary decision to relieve them of the taxes each year. And I don't know when we had the property on Canning, whether that was relieved of taxes or not. I'm not sure, but anyway. anyway, I know how I'm voting on this, but that's the clarification I wanted. And we're talking about $750 a year approximately, or 800 or some in that area. Correct? I
Well,
think
total taxes levied, yeah, 1423.40 and
so whatever is this
2023.
year's, right? So,
Well, 700 and something would be our share if we
Yeah,
accepted
okay.
it. Yes, that's correct.
okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
So any comments from Councillor Woods or Councillor Nash, I guess? I'll ask.
I, to be honest, completely honest with everybody, the properties over there in McKellar, we shouldn't pay anything towards it for property taxes. That's my opinion. I don't care who owns it, what church owns it, what organization owns it. You want to forgive the taxes because it's in McKellar? By all means, rightfully you can do so, but I don't think we should pay towards it.
Okay. Did you have a comment, Councillor Nash, or no?
I hope you hear me okay. Can you hear me okay, Mr. Mayor?
We can, thank you.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't have any comments other than I do understand that the property is in McKellar, not in Whitestone, correct?
They're not.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay, so are we ready for the question on the motion?
Yeah, I'm ready. Does it
Anybody?
now have to be called, the roll?
I don't think so.
Because Scott's on now? No?
Well, yeah, he has to, we have to hear him, that's all.
Yeah, he just has to indicate
Okay,
his yay or nay.
Good.
Okay, so I'll ask the question. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed to the motion? One, two. Councillor Nash,
And opposed.
opposed? All right. So the motion is defeated. And I guess we can have Councillor Ray come back. Thank you. Okay, 11.7. I'm gonna wait till Councillor Ray gets back because thank you. Councillor Ray is now back. The 11.7. Motion is, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone supports the Children's Aid Society of the District of Nipissing and Parry Sound Youth Wellness Hub, and that a letter of support be forwarded to Minister Fedeli, Minister Tabolo, Cindy Dearden, and Maria Talata, the latter two of whom are with the Youth Wellness Hub. Mover and seconder, please. And Councillor Gray is moving, seconded by Councillor Woods. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? You want to make a comment, Councillor Gray?
I think I brought this forward at the last, our last meeting. I think it's important that we support this youth wellness hub. I think that there's a good opportunity because it is the Nipissing Parry Sound Children's Aid Society that is taking the lead on it, that we would be able to have some services here in the District of Parry Sound, and I think we really need it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from council? If not, are you ready for the question?
Yep.
All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That motion is carried. Oh, sorry, Councillor Nash.
Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties connecting, but in support, yes.
Thank you. We heard you. That's great. Thank you. All right. Number 11.8, and this has to do with fire apparatus. Request to amend legislation to extend the lifespan of firefighting equipment. And this was a supportive resolution from the April 16th meeting. When it came in item E as item E in correspondence. So I'll read it to you. It's fairly lengthy. Whereas the Council of the Corporation of Tay Valley Township support Prince Edward County's resolution regarding expansion of the lifespan of fire apparatus. And whereas bylaw number 2012-042 being a bylaw to establish and regulate the fire department. And this is in Drummond, North Emsley, Tay Valley Fire Rescue. Establish service level standards for their fire and rescue. And whereas apparatus and equipment are directly tied to the delivery of fire protection services authorized by council in bylaw number 2012-042, and a safe, reliable, and diverse fleet is required to serve operations needs. And whereas fire apparatus is governed by industry best practices, the application of law and recognized industry partners, including the Ontario Fire Service, Section 21 Guidance Notes, National Fire Protection Association Standards, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, and Fire Underwriters Survey. And whereas Fire Underwriters Survey is a provider of data, underwriting, risk management, and legal/regulatory services focusing on community fire protection and fire prevention systems in Canada, establishing apparatus replacement schedules based on safety and risk mitigation practices. And you'll all be familiar with that from the purchase of our fire truck. And recently, and whereas no provincial funding is available for new fire trucks, yet small and rural municipalities must meet the same standards set by FUS as larger municipalities for fire equipment, including additional pressure to move fire trucks out when they reach a specific age, even though they can still meet the safety regulations. Now therefore be it resolved that the Reeve send a letter to FUS requesting the creation of a new community fire protection and fire prevention insurance system that does not put all municipalities under the same umbrella, with distinct categories for rural and urban municipalities. That this resolution be sent to Premier Doug Ford, the Honorable David Piccini, Minister of Labor, Immigration, Training and Skills Development, Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, requesting a response on this matter within 30 days of receipt. And that this resolution be shared with all 444 municipalities in Ontario, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Council. So that's all what Tay Valley Township passed, what I just read to you. Now it comes to our resolution. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone declares their support of Tay Valley Township's resolution supporting Prince Edward County's request for the creation of a new community fire protection and fire prevention insurance system that does not put all municipalities under the same umbrella with distinct categories for rural and urban municipalities. And that this resolution be sent to Premier Doug Ford, the Honorable David Piccini, Minister of Labor, Immigration, Training and Skills Development, and the Honorable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. So essentially what we're doing, what the resolution seeks to do is to support the resolution of these other municipalities.
I'm not sure I understood. Could you repeat it? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I was going to say we could move for reconsideration, I guess. No. Okay. Is there a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Bray moves and Councillor Woods, did you second? Thank you. You know, we should be able to find a shorter way to get, to capture all of this, I guess, but anyway. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor?
Sure, I think I brought this one forward too as well. Sorry about that. But I realize that, you know, we can't necessarily make changes to the, but we can request that that they start paying attention to this. And our trucks don't have the same hours of, our pumps don't have the same hours that some do in the cities and larger towns. And so having something that would best represent rural and small communities, I think would be, it would be a little bit easier on the municipalities as far as trying to fund for these trucks, because they are very expensive. And it's unfortunate that as it is now, that they have to be replaced regardless of how many hours are on the pump. So that's why I felt it important for us to support these communities that are asking for this as well.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? All right, if not, are you ready for the question then? All those in favor of this motion? Thank you, Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. That motion is carried, and staff will prepare the documents. Okay, next is 11.9, a request from Belvedere Heights Board of Management. Once again, I will read the motion. Whereas on April 5th, 2024, Belvedere Heights Board of Management received a long anticipated letter from Ministry of Long-Term Care declining the request to relocate Belvedere Heights to a campus of care. And whereas the Ministry of Long-Term Care has requested that Belvedere Heights Board of Management express their intention regarding the addition of the previously approved, that's in April 2021, 24 beds to Belvedere Heights. And whereas the Ministry of Long-Term Care has provided the requirements to qualify for the recently announced maximum $35 per diem construction funding top up by a November 2024 deadline. And whereas the Belvedere Heights Board of Management financing plan does not require new funding from its municipal partners, and whereas time is of the essence to comply with Ministry of Long-Term Care recommended milestone for municipal owner approval by June 2024. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone endorses the Belvedere Heights Board of Management request to apply for final approval from the Ministry of Long-Term Care to build up to 24 new long-term care beds at 21 Belvedere Avenue, subject to meeting all of the Ministry of Long-Term Care requirements, including the required financing plan. Is there a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Lamb and Councillor Bray, was that? Oh, okay. Discussion. No, Councillor Lamb, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is, with all due respect, Belvedere Heights, as people know, I've been arguing against this life lease and what they were doing, and I know this has nothing to do directly with the life lease. But I mean, if this doesn't look like a board going from one thing to another and changing their mind and coming back the next month and then want financing and then they don't want financing, and all along I've said on several occasions to them, what happens if this campus of care doesn't come along? Oh, we're confident it will, even though they haven't told us in 2.5 years or whatever since we applied for it. Now finally they get their answer. No campus of care, right? What they did was they destroyed the market, whatever market was out there for the life lease people, caused great turmoil at the facility. now that they don't have a campus of care, I guess everything goes back to what it was in terms of whatever marketability these places are, which is what I asked for all along. But it just seems like such a hodgepodge of not knowing what they're doing. And it dumbfounds me. And when I asked the question of someone, what are they now going to stop buying all these life lease places? And the answer was, oh, no, they're going to keep buying them and renting them out. Well, why are they doing that? Why aren't they back to the original contract that people signed when they bought the place, right? Because now the market is reestablished because they're going to stay there, right? And I never thought at one point that a building that's like 20 years old or 22 years old, that the funding was coming from the province anyway. And I think they just look very like they don't know what they're doing. And so I'm okay. I know they want more beds and I'm okay with it. The key is they're saying it's not going to cost us any more money. That's in their letter, are fully funded and will not require additional funding from Belvedere's 8 participating municipalities. That's in this motion, is it not? That it says that it's not going to cost it. I don't trust that that's necessarily true. Being optimistic and then coming back to us and saying, well, we need, $3 million more because that didn't happen. Our optimistic future didn't come in. Like I would say we pass this on the basis that it doesn't cost us any money. That we'd be more affirmative than, is that what the motion says, that it won't cost us anything? Or where's the actual paragraph?
Well, it's the second last whereas says, whereas the Belvedere Heights Board of Management financing plan does not require new funding from its municipal partners. And the resolution part says, subject to meeting all of the Ministry of Long-Term Care requirements, including the required financing plan.
Well, I would like
So I guess if you don't, I
Yeah.
guess if they come back to us and say, well, sorry, we didn't calculate this properly, you need to cough up some money, we could say, wait a minute.
Well, that's what I want to, that's the door I want to close, right? So whereas the Belvedere Heights Board of Management financing plan will not require new funding from its, I want to say will not. It says does not. I want to say will not. So if it comes back, we can say, no, we passed a resolution that said it will not cost us. You've changed the ball game and here's how we're going to deal with it, whatever we deal with, right? So I would ask that there be a change to it that says will not require any new funding.
Did they send us this, Michelle? I assume they did. Am I right?
Yes, they did. They looked to the CAOs to and clerks to help write this. And so this is what is going to be passed with all the other
Good. Well,
municipalities.
we're not everyone else. We've been the one out there fighting for what actually came true. So, and I'm glad and proud that I did that, or that we did that. So I would ask for an amendment where it says whereby the Belvedere Board of Management financing plan will not require new funding from its municipal partners.
Is the seconder okay with that amendment? All right, we'll change it.
Do we
to
want a
will.
motion to amend, or is council comfortable with a
Well,
very minor wording amendment? I am as the clerk. It's not-
Friendly
it-
amendment.
It doesn't, well, there's actually no such thing, but it doesn't substantially change what council is agreeing to. It's simply more grammatically correct in terms of
Well,
Whitestone's.
what I want to stop is when they come back, if they come back and say, oops, our financing plan didn't do that, you owe us, $100,000. We can say, no, that isn't what we're going to do this or that or whatever. I want to close the door that it won't cost us anything unless we decide sometime in the future to approve it, right? Because I don't know where these people are going. Do they still want us do they still want to borrow $4 million to buy out life leases? Are they going to come to us and say, you owe us 300,000 to back that loan. Is that still on the table now?
Through you, Mayor Comrie, it is still being discussed, but it seems to be on the back burner at this point. I believe a couple of municipalities have agreed to it and others haven't. So it hasn't come forward to Whitestone at this point, and Belvedere is not encouraging anything further at this point. We certainly have to reach out
Right.
to maybe our representative, Debbie Zulak, to see where they stand with that. I haven't received any correspondence recently.
Okay.
I did talk to Pam Wing on Friday, who's the chair of the board. And she approached me to make sure that I was going to come to this meeting, which you've all received a notice about, for municipal representatives, right? Everybody on council is, Michelle did forward it to everybody, right? Correct? And it's coming up when? In a few days? Not very long.
There is
I could look at my diary.
there's a
I think.
meeting. There's a Belvedere meeting tomorrow from 9 to 10:30. And there's also one on the Belvedere Heights information session.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking
Is the
about.
one on, that is Thursday, 4 PM to 5 PM. That's the one you're referring to.
Thursday, the
I believe.
23rd, right?
Yes.
That's the one I'm thinking. That's the one I'm thinking of. The one is tomorrow is a board meeting and
Yeah, right.
I don't. well, Doesn't involve any of us, I don't think. It's probably open, but anyway.
So does my
Okay, I'm just
amendment-
saying this is
does-
it. This
yeah.
is where you might get some answers to the questions if you have time to go on it and see what they,
If they, will they allow us to ask questions?
oh, sure.
And I
They're
don't know if
supposed to. They've always done in the past.
I don't think so, but anyway. I don't think there's.
No, it's a
questions from the
public,
pub-
this is a public meeting. This is not an ordinary board meeting. At
Oh,
the
wow,
ordinary
okay,
board
okay.
meetings, you
Yeah,
can't
they
ask
certainly haven't
questions.
been
No,
very inviting at the regular board
No,
meetings, but
but
anyway.
no, but you
So,
can
so
attend them
does
if you-
that, does my amendment cover what I said I want to cover in the future, that we're protected?
I think it does.
Okay, well, if that does, so let it be recorded in our verbal discussions, right? That's our intent here, is that,
Yeah.
any future bills will be discussed and decided upon. We may agree with what they're saying, right? Okay,
I want to say, I think every possible extra long-term care bed that we can get is important
Yeah,
for Westbury
yeah.
Sound. I mean, it's a critical resource that we're short of. And people are getting sent, people from this area are getting sent way the H and gone to other places because there's no space in Perry Sound.
but that happens in all cities.
I know
too.
it does.
I mean, that's not just
I'm
unique
just
to Perry
saying, if
Sound.
we can get the province to allow renovation that would increase the capacity of the existing building. And as people have said, and I think it was a factor in the ministry's opinion, that property on Belvedere Heights is pretty good. It's in pretty good shape. It's a nice facility. If I had to be in a place like that, that's a place I'd want to, wouldn't want to be there, but and I like it a lot better than some other ones. I
But
can
rest
say.
assured, those 24 beds may be for people coming from Barrie or Timbuktu. The same thing occurs, like we
Well,
don't have uniqueness to
I
those beds for Perry Sound residents.
I understand, but there's a critical shortage is all I'm saying. So,
Province, yeah, I
but-
agree, and I'm not
I'm-
in
I- yeah.
disagreement that we need more beds.
Yeah, all right.
I just don't really trust the financial plans that this board has displayed over the last 2 or 3 years.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'm just, I'm just really speaking in support of the motion as we have it. So, anybody else want to comment before we? Can we call the question?
Through you, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
sorry,
if you
go
can hear me,
ahead, Councilor Nash.
Yeah, no problem. I just asked for a recorded vote on this matter, if we could, please. That's all. That's my only comment. Thank you.
All right, well, Councilor Nash, recorded vote. So, Madam Clerk, you may proceed.
Thank you, Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so so 11.10. Proclamation of June 2024 as Seniors Month. Whereas Seniors Month is an annual nationwide celebration, and whereas seniors have contributed and continue to contribute immensely to the life and vibrancy of the Whitestone community, and whereas seniors continue to serve as leaders, mentors, volunteers, and important and active members of this community, and whereas their contributions past and present warrant appreciation and recognition, and their stories deserve to be told, and whereas the health and well-being of seniors is in the interest of all and further adds to the health and well-being of the community, and whereas the knowledge and experience seniors pass on to us continues to benefit all, now therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor George Comrie, do hereby proclaim June 2024 as Seniors Month in the municipality of Whitestone, and encourage all citizens to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of our seniors. Is there a mover and seconder for this? Moved by Councillor Woods. Seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion? Okay, are you ready for the question? All those in favor, please indicate. Councillor Nash?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you very much. That's good. Yeah, I do. And this is probably a good opportunity for me to put on the public record that council has selected a nominee for Senior of the Year for 2024, and that is Lynn McEwen. And she knows about it, so we will have an official, well, the presentation actually doesn't take place until the fall fair, but we will have something official on the website in due course that gives a little bit of her background and so on. And so I'm happy to, along with proclaiming the month of June 2024 as Seniors Month, to announce that our recipient this year is Lynn McEwen. So now, where did we? Oh, there's an op-ed from Minister Cho here. Minister Cho was in at Phenom in Sudbury. That brings us to correspondence, and we have items. Let's see. I'm going to see what all items we have. We have a number of them here. So I'll just ask you, I guess, if there's on the list of councillor items. Oh. I guess that's something I'm supposed to sign, is it? Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 10 of the May 21st agenda. They go from A to M, and there's multiple A's and multiple M's, multiple K's and M's. Now, therefore, be it resolved that council received the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion and action. So can I ask you which ones of these you would like to extract? And then we'll get a mover and seconder.
Yeah,
Councillor Lamb?
G,
D?
G as in George.
Oh, G. Okay, that's. All right, I'll put them. This is McDougal.
This is the West Perry Sound
Yeah,
Economic
right,
Development.
right, EDC. So that's requested by Councillor Lamb. Anything else? Councillor Bray.
Yep, B and H.
So-
B is Hope Air
B,
and H is the archipelagos around water testing.
archipelago. Councillor Bray. Any others that you would like? Okay, I guess that's. Well, you know what? I think I might mention item C too. Which is about codes of conduct. Yeah. Okay, all right, okay, sure, go ahead. Can I get a mover and seconder to receive the correspondence with these extracted? So Councillor Lamb is moving and Councillor Bray is in a second, thank you. So I guess the first one in order was, if I go in alphabetical order, was the Hope Air one, and you wanted to speak to that, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, that came up at Phenom, and we got to hear a little bit more about what they do and how they how they operate. And I think that it's something that I think it's something that we should support, because I think they do an awful lot of good help up in northern communities where transportation to medical appointments is costly and they have to go such a long distance. Thank you.
Okay, so that was item B.
So a
And
motion
Hope-
would come back at the next council meeting, would it not, on this? Yeah.
Yes, sorry, I for it to be brought back. Yes, thank you.
These are the private pilots who fly people to medical appointments, right? Yeah, okay, all right, so. All right, so that's, can we make a note of that? Madam Clerk, thank you.
Yes, noted, Mayor Conley.
All right, so. Item C, I just thought I'd mention it kind of in passing. This is, some concerns about municipal codes of conduct, and there has been a great deal of discussion about this through AMO. I personally feel that the current legislation that we have in regards to this is flawed in a variety of ways. It was put together in haste by the preceding government, and the current government had said when they took office that we're going to kind of fix this, and then they And they did a bit of public consultation and then they buried it for what I thought was sort of a feeble excuse. And perhaps it's not a priority, but there are at least some of us who keep suggesting to the minister and others that they should, that they should have a proper discussion around what is the problem we're trying to solve and what are the flaws with the existing system that we all live under, and try to get some of those fixed. So if it were up to me, I would encourage us to support item C. It's basically just asking them to look into it, and doesn't request specific changes, just discusses the kind of the problem, if you like. So anyway, that's my position. I don't know if anybody else feels that way about it, but Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I actually would support that. I think that one of the things that that came to our attention quite a while back, I think last year, was around how municipal councils are not held to the same standard around some of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, like especially violence and harassment in the workplace. And I think that codes of conduct, those kinds of things where we're held to the same standard as our staff, I think it's important that that we all support that as well, and that we look at it as being something that as leaders we support and want to make sure that we are up to a high standard. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? Do you want to add our support to this or not?
Sure.
Okay, I guess that's going in the same direction as so motion of support. I'll just write down. Okay, the next one was McDougall re the Economic Development Collaborative, and
Yeah, I think this was me.
that was yours, Councillor Lamb. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what I remember was it came to us some months ago, where the funding was drying up and there was some monies, and we said, well, we'll participate in a strategic plan of some sort, but won't give any more monies until we get the results of that. And then it went to other communities and some of them said, we don't want nothing, just give us our money back and dissolve the whole thing. And I think this is what this is getting at. I didn't realize there was more money being spent hiring a consultant to go ahead with the strategic plan with monies that would have been part of the ones that wanted to withdraw from the whole thing. So I agree with what McDougall's saying, is they want a meeting of all the people to decide what they're going to do with the remaining money that's in there. And I think that's what should happen. I don't think, I'm not sure I would have voted to have a strategic plan if I knew 3 or 4 of the communities were dropping out of the thing, right? That puts a whole new viewpoint on the whole thing. So I agree with them here. I think there should be a meeting before any more money is spent. So I don't know how we do that. But I think they make a good point. So how do we do that? Adam,
Okay, well, perhaps I can give you a little information about this. There were 7 municipalities involved, and 3 of them essentially said we do not wish to continue, and the other 4 said we would like to not do a strategic plan, but we would like to get some answers to some questions that would look at the various kinds of activities that are going on in this whole EDC space, which is quite fragmented, and see whether there is some sort of, it's not a strategic plan, but some way forward for those like us who are not in a position to, probably to do very much on our own. And so the 4 participants who voted to carry on continued to meet and look at what some of this could be done. And there was never any suggestion that people would get money back. To the best of my knowledge, most of the money is Fenor money, not money that came from municipalities, right? That's sitting in the kitty. But anyway, there was a very modest proposal that was made to have the consultant who was working on it before finish up some work. Since the mayor of McDougall sent his demanding letter, let's say, to the group, they said, fine, we will convene a meeting of everybody, and that meeting is set for June 6th. So everybody has been invited to it.
Okay.
Whether they will come or not, I don't know.
So we basically complied with what's here.
And they will have a chance to say what their understanding or expectation was. I think the impression that the 4 municipalities had was that the others did not want to continue to participate. And I thought that they had been invited to come anyway and had chosen not to. And I guess I'm not sure what caused the angst in McDougall, but I think they thought, because they were given the information about what was happening at the meetings anyway, because the collaborative still exists until it gets dissolved, right? So, but I guess we'll see what happens in that meeting. But there has been a meeting that everybody is invited to, and they can decide. And I guess there'll be further.
But is there
some
not
further resolution passed? I think well, anyway, I don't want to get into it. I think it was perhaps a misunderstanding on their part that they could have come and listened to what was going on if they and participate in the discussion if they wanted to. There wasn't any attempt to exclude them. It was just we got the impression that they didn't want to. They didn't want to continue going forward. That's all. I didn't want to attend going forward.
If I may just add to that for a bit of clarity, Seguin and McKellar specifically passed resolutions. The municipality of McDougall gave direction, and it's recorded in the minutes of their meeting, gave direction to the CAO and the mayor that McDougall would not participate in the Economic Development Collaborative unless all of the municipalities were participating. So they made the decision it was either all municipalities or they would not participate. And because McKellar and Seguin had clearly dropped out by resolution, the collaborative carried on without them. And that was through emails and correspondence from McDougall. So
who dropped out? McKellar and Seguin.
McKellar and Seguin dropped out by resolution.
And then McDougall's out too. So
And
there's the
McDougall said they were out unless everybody was participating. So the group of 4, 3 of them said they were in, and Whitestone said we were in just for the purpose of the strategic planning process, and then a decision would be made after. So we've kind of carried on with a few meetings throughout the beginning of the year. And McDougall, some of this information here is a little bit incorrect, and a letter was sent to McDougall that provided some clarification, which I think we can share with all of council. Would you agree, Mayor Comrie? The letter from the collaborative, yeah. And so we'll forward up, we'll follow up with a letter that was sent to McDougall, inviting them to a meeting and explaining where the collaborative was trying to go, and suggested that they were still welcome to participate if they wanted to. So that meeting, I believe, is early June 3rd or
6th or 3rd or something. Now I'll tell you.
I'm not sure the
But
dates.
we made the decision to go through with the strategic plan, although our motion didn't say that, I thought it was on the basis that most communities would agree to that.
Mhm.
If nearly half of them, including Sequin, which is pretty big, don't want anything to do with the thing, why are we going through the strategic plan thing? Because at the end of the day, I'm not paying, or my vote wouldn't be to now up the amount that we pay to the collaborative because A, there's no more funding, and B, you've got 3 or 4 communities that aren't even part of it. So our, whatever it would have been 6% would be 6% of a whole bigger number, right? So I think the thing is dead, right? Unless all the other parties want to come back into it, right? But so why are we even spending any money on it, I guess is the question. So, I mean, when we made the decision, we made it based on everybody being in it, although our motion didn't say that, right? Like, and I fail to see how the heck economic development is done in the Parry Sound region anyway. You've got so many different people going in different directions that it's confusing for me to even remember what's going on and who's on first and what's on second, and you know, it's just so confusing. And I think that's why Parry Sound is in the position it is vis-a-vis Huntsville and Bracebridge and some of these other places, or at least part of the factor, right? Because they don't have proper economic development, and you've got it all over the place, right? And people tripping on one another.
Okay, I mean, I think you have to look at these, everybody's a special case. Okay, Sequin has the resources to do their own, and that was the decision that they made. I think they said we're going to do our own. And there's, you know, I won't get into all the backstories of these things, but they consider themselves like Parry Sound. I mean, Parry Sound has their own EDO, right? But they recognize that there is some you know, need for ECDEV across regional boundary, across the boundaries within the area. But anyway, that was Sequin's decision. McKellar's decision, I think, was they just want to do their own thing, right? But you know, for somebody like us, we don't make a lot of demands on ECDEV, and we would never be, or not never, but not in the foreseeable future, be in a position where we would have our own economic development activity. But I believe that we can be in a situation where we may need to have some resources that we can draw on, and we need to figure out who those resources are. And we need to clean up the sort of lack of disorganization and coordination that exists in this whole space, which is even bigger than I thought it was. And you know, when I first started getting involved in this, I thought, man, it's hard to figure out who's on third here. But you know, that's the potential benefit for us, and it's not a question of us, you know, trying to go our own way, or trying to or trying to get it to be part of something where we spend a lot of money. But we need to figure out, I think, what kind of resources we could draw on if we did need them, and try to get some cohesion in the space against the day when we will want to do some, we'll have somebody who is considering establishing some business here that we've gone through before, where we essentially had no resources to try to work with that person to get what they, to figure out what they could and couldn't do and how to do it. So, you know, I think that's, I think we do have a self-interest in having this get sorted out. So that's
Oh,
why
good
I'm
that
in
there's a
favor of
meeting.
participating until we get to that point. Are we gonna end up using all the money that's left over? I doubt it, and that's certainly not the proposal. Are we gonna, is the collaborative gonna exist in the form that it has in the past? I would say probably it isn't, but there might be a successor arrangement that we could be part of that wouldn't cost us a lot, but that would allow us to draw on the resources we need when we need them. So that's why I'm personally spending time on this. Because I don't think it's, I think it would be a mistake for us to take the position that, oh, well, we're never going to have any economic activity, new economic activity, so we don't need to bother with this. That would be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Anyway, Councillor Bray, you want to comment?
Yeah, I remember quite a few years ago, the West Perry Sound Economic Development Collaborative had a housing forum, and it was a quite successful event that brought a lot of people together. And I think that, you know, there is merit in groups joining together to be able to come up with things that are maybe not beneficial for every single individual municipality, but certainly for the area, it does help. And I know in East Perry Sound, they have their own economic development officer for the Almaguin area. And I've also worked with one of them when I was in the DSAB, and I think that it's I guess I would say looking to the East Perry Sound and how they work together in order to be able to provide benefits to all of them. I think it's something that we can all look to and we can all learn from. And I would say it's important to continue, like, I mean, you're going to find out whether it's going to be feasible or not, but it's worth looking into, because I think that as a group, we could probably have more clout than if we're all on our own.
Okay, thank you. Have we anything more on this one? Okay, water testing in Archipelago, their resolution. Again, Councillor Bray, you.
Yeah, when I saw this, I didn't realize that public health was looking to stop their water testing. I think this is important. I think rural areas, people will tend to test more often if it's an easy access and easy thing to do. I think it means that we'll have less waterborne illnesses, and I do know that that can happen. I did a lot, had to be part of a lot of water testing with our rural home childcare program, because a lot of people were on wells. I think that it's something that we would want to encourage the public health to continue with. I think that it will help people. And I think the other thing is that if they discontinue it, then to try and get your water tested is going to be really difficult, and it's going to be costly, and it's going to be, I think North Bay is the closest area to take your water samples. So that's quite a distance for people.
So you would recommend?
I'd recommend that we
motion
support
with you.
this. Yeah, I recommend that it come back next month and we support this. And I also, every time I've been in there and looked at the, well, now that they've moved, I haven't looked, but looked in the fridge, there's always water samples in there. So I know it's well used by the people in the West Perry Sound area.
Okay, thank you. I thought that I saw something saying they were rethinking this whole question of phasing it out, but I would suggest that we carry on with a motion of support just in case that doesn't happen. Okay, is there anything else? If not, can I get just have a motion to carry this resolution, or a vote to carry this resolution? To receive and discuss what we just discussed. Okay, closed session none. Yes. Yes, he's still, oh, sorry. Yeah, Counselor Nash, I didn't get a response from you. Sorry.
Oh, Counselor Nash, yes. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me see where we are here. I think I need to go back a couple of pages. 8, 10, 6. Where is it? G4. Oh, here we are. So we've dealt with correspondence. Counselor items. Are there any? Yes, Counselor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be really quick. Over the, I guess, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I got a bunch of calls from people who were upset about the dock ladder not being in at Gooseneck. And there was a complaint about the flagpole at the fire hall. And I just wanted to say I would really like to thank the Public Works Department, Dave Creaser, and everybody that works there, because they got on top of things right away, fixed it all, installed the dock. And I don't think they get enough praise for how much they get run around, especially come long weekends. So I just wanted to make sure that staff knows that the work that they do, especially around the long weekends to get things ready for everybody, is greatly appreciated.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Response to is there anything else?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Counselor Nash.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I had two quick things. First, I'm sure other members of council might have seen it, but I just wanted to bring it to our attention in case we wanted to look at it or visit it at all. And it was just that I'd seen the property between Duck Rock Resort and the Twist was listed for sale now. That was all. So that was one, just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention. And the second item was simply, and there might have been something earlier on in the day and I might have missed it, but I was just wondering if there was any update or if maybe council can be provided with an update as to signage and stuff like that, if any signage has gone up at Bolger Lake at all as of yet. That was all. Those are my two items. Thank you.
And I think there was some at Wawashkush too, wasn't there? Aren't we gonna put some signage up there?
Well, I think there were some changes maybe necessary. I don't remember, but I don't know the details.
Thank you
I
through you,
don't know if
Mr.
there
Mayor.
was anything was done.
I suspect, and I haven't specifically talked to Dave Creaser about this, that the signage is in the works, that it hasn't been installed yet, but he's aware that it's a requirement. What I will do is I'll follow up with Dave and we'll send an email to council and let you know the status and the timing of that signage.
But that's all, excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's all wrapped up, isn't it, kind of in the traffic bylaw that we have to deal with like next month? Right? We've got a whole bunch of action that is occurring in early August. And which, as far as I know, can't take place until we finalize the traffic or our traffic bylaw, right? So I know it wasn't on today's agenda, but it sure has to be on the June agenda for us to complete this in time so that we can debate and discuss and do whatever we need to do in August, right? So that's a bit of a priority, I think, for council.
Through you, Mayor Conway, I can, since you brought it up, I did get legal review on the traffic bylaw and I have a meeting with the lawyer tomorrow. Actually, I had a couple of questions for her and she's made some good suggestions. So that's in process.
Yeah.
And you will see an updated bylaw in June with some proposed set fines and we'll be able to move forward with that. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the update, Michelle. And yeah, I think just for the Bolger signage outside of the traffic bylaw, I think the Bolger signage it wouldn't be covered under the traffic bylaw for no trespassing or no shore dockers based on comments we'd received under separate correspondence before, right? So anyways, thank you for the update that you'd said you'll look with Dave. So thank you very much.
Okay. If there's nothing else under councillor items, we have no questions. Well, we have no public on the call. Other than us chickens. And nobody in the room other than us chickens. We have no closed session, so the next item would be the confirmatory bylaw. Mover and seconder for that. Councillor Woods moves and Councillor Bray seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. And finally, resolution to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
That's Councillor Lamb, seconded by, oh, we got Councillor Woods. Yeah, lots of choices here. Now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at 4:47 p.m. until the regular council meeting of June 18th, 2024 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I believe we are done for the day, and have a good evening, have a good week. Stay out of the bugs.